district administration. Those items signal preparation. They signal momentum. And they signal the serious steps that are being considered that could fundamentally change the leadership of this district. Meetings like this do not occur unless there is a belief that votes may already exist to move forward, often beginning with placing a superintendent on leave, appointing an interim, and initiating a removal process. That reality is why so many educators, parents, and community members felt compelled to show up today on a very short notice meeting, 3 days notice, on a Saturday. I want to speak honestly about impact. The single decision will lead to a mass exodus of staff. I already know many who have accepted positions elsewhere and many more who are actively seeking opportunities outside this district. This is not fear-mongering. It's the direct result of instability and uncertainty. One decision made in this room carries powerful consequences in every classroom, every campus, and every department. Dr. Fields is doing great work. He needs to not be removed. He needs our support. He needs a board that works with him in unison and not against him. He needs a board that does not tie his hands and instead allows him to do his job that he was hired to do for this district. I want to speak directly to Ms. Lee. Your role in this moment matters deeply. Please listen, truly listen to the voices in this room and on Facebook and elsewhere. Do not let the pressure, momentum, or internal dynamics outweigh the lived experiences of staff and families. Listen to the people who show up every day for Judson ISD. Leadership's decisions of this magnitude should never feel predetermined, and that's how they feel. They must be rooted in transparency, stability, and what is best for students, not politics, pressure, or division. As an employee, I ask this board to proceed with caution. As a community member, I ask you to proceed with integrity. And as someone who believes in Judson ISD, I ask you to consider not only what can be done, but what this district truly needs right now. And that is Dr. Fields at the helm. Thank you.
And when there's a lot of noise in the audience, it does interfere with our recording. This is a government business, so please let's give every speaker the respect so that we ensure we capture all of their comments. And when there's extra noise, if you've heard our videos, it does interfere with our recording, which is a requirement of the laws. The state of Texas, so please let's just get through this, you guys. So next up is Ms. Esther Garza, and you will be followed by Michelle Barrett.
If it looks like a duck, if it waddles like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, but you call it a rabbit, it is still a duck. If you call it a dog, if you call a dog a cat, it is still a dog. It is what it is. If you call it a tomato or a tomato or a potato, it is what it is. We've all heard the phrase, a half-truth is a whole lie. And many in this community feel that we have been living in half-truths for too long. It is what it is. Stephen Covey reminds us that the speed of trust is that behavior matters. What you do speaks louder than anything you say. And right now, behaviors, not labels, not jargon, is what the community is responding to. Dr. Milton Fields is the product of Judson ISD. He grew up here. He graduated from here. He has served this district for decades and as superintendent for just 3 years. Yet suddenly, the focus has shifted away from students and toward instability. Let me be clear. The financial deficit that facing Judson ISD was not caused by one person. Board decisions are collective. Responsibility is shared. What concerns me and many others is intent, motive, behavior. What actions create confusion fear, and division. When actions create confusion, fear, and division, trust is broken. It is what it is. Removing or sidelining a superintendent without a legitimate cause, without stretching or spinning the truth, or with half-truths, raise serious concerns, ethical, legal, and financial. Litigation, contract payouts, interim salaries, attorney fees, hiring costs. Every dollar spent there is taken from the classrooms, teachers, and most importantly, our students. Your role is governance. Your duty is fiduciary. Please act in the best interest of the students and this community. Choose stability over chaos. Choose truth over half-truths, and choose leadership over personal agendas. If it looks like a snake, if it slithers like a snake, if it hisses like a snake, it is a snake. It is what it is. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board President, Trustees, Superintendent, and members of the Judson ISD community. I'm a teacher and someone who is deeply invested in the success of this district, not just as an employee, but as a member of this community. I'm here today to speak in support of Dr. Fields and in support of the people who serve our students every single day. Judson ISD, like many other districts in Texas, are facing difficult financial realities, rising costs, inflation, and years of underfunding by the state level, and that has put districts in positions where there are no easy choices. But when financial hardships arrive, the way we respond matters just as much as the numbers themselves. Leadership matters. I want to acknowledge that making decisions in a deficit is not the same as making decisions in abundance. Every cut feels personal because it impacts real people: teachers, paraprofessionals, bus drivers, counselors, and the campus leaders. These are not line items. These are the adults who show up for the children every single day. What I ask the board to remember is that the superintendent did not create the funding crisis, but he does have to navigate it. And from what I have seen, he has been doing that with transparency, responsibility, and a commitment to keeping students at the center of every single decision. It is easy to assign blame when cuts are painful, but strong leadership means standing in front of hard truth and making the least harmful choices that are possible. That is not weakness, that is courage. I also want to be honest about the impact that these financial decisions are having on all of us as educators. Many of us have spent years earning advanced degrees, taking leadership roles, mentoring new teachers, and going above and beyond for this district, often without additional compensation. When stipends are reduced or removed, it sends a message, whether intended or not, that this work is less valued. That hurts morale, retention, and ultimately the student success. We are not asking to be protected from reality. We are asking to be respected within it. Teachers and campus leaders are not obstacles to fiscal responsibility. We are partners in it. We want this district to be stable. We want it to be solvent, and we want it to thrive. But we also want the people doing the work to feel seen, supported, and valued. I urge the board to continue standing with Dr. Fields as he leads through these challenges. Consistency in leadership during financial hardship is critical. Stability at the top creates stability throughout the system. At the same time, I ask that you move forward and continue to look for solutions that protect the people closest to our students. Because when educators feel supported, students will succeed. Judson ISD is more than a budget. It is a promise to our families, our children, and the people who serve them. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your willingness to listen.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. Next up is Evelyn Young, and on deck is Jackie Freeman.
I'm Evelyn Young Williams. Thank you, board and peers and colleagues. I do not have much to speak of, but I am here for Dr. Fields. I thank you for everything. You have done for all of us. sorry. You've done a lot for the teachers, a lot for the students, a lot for our community. And for you to be in this position is not okay. So I really would like for everyone on the board to reconsider him staying as our superintendent. He is an amazing person who doesn't just take, he looks out for everyone, especially our students and the teachers. Thank you.
Next up is Ms. Jackie Freeman, and on deck is Ms. Megan Park.
Can you hear me? I don't want to use my teacher voice. Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Freeman. I'm a retired Judson educator with over 30 years of experience in Judson and at Fort Sam Elementary. I have been a tax-paying constituent of this district for over 40 years. I'm here today because I am deeply concerned about the increasingly volatile and unstable trajectory of our district since the May election. This once top-notch district is being driven off course by board leadership and certain members who have failed and continue to fail to act in the best interest of the district. What we are witnessing is an escalating, self-serving agenda designed to intimidate, divide, and ultimately bring this district to its knees in order to remove our superintendent, Dr. Fields. Dr. Fields does not deserve the dismissive or blatant disrespect that has been repeatedly displayed during board members. Time and again, Dr. Fields has demonstrated unwavering integrity, professionalism, and humility, even in the face of unwarranted hostility. He listens and supports you newer board members, particularly when clarification is needed to ensure an informed decision. Despite repeated interruptions, shutdowns, and blame placed squarely on his shoulders, he remains calm and respectful and professional. We are now witnessing an escalation of the conduct into a calculated and deliberate effort to undermine his leadership by questioning his performance and obstructing his ability to do his job. An effort clearly driven by a self-serving agenda to remove him. Preventing him from carrying out his responsibilities while simultaneously failing to hire a CFO during a serious financial crisis is a clear dereliction of duty. This reckless delay undermines any genuine effort to balance the budget and unfairly shifts the financial burden onto the superintendent. Expecting Dr. Fields to lead the district academically while also managing complex financial matters without proper support sets both him and this district up for failure. I urge each board member to think very carefully about any vote you may take today regarding Dr. Fields. Consider not only the immediate implications, but the long-term consequences to this district. Do not allow your vote to be influenced by false threats or fear-based narratives, including the unfounded claims of a TEA takeover. It's not happening. Those claims are untrue and are being used to intimidate and manipulate. Do better, lead with integrity, and act in the best interest of this district and its students. And in closing, I want to quote 1 Corinthians 4:5. He will bring to light what is hidden in darkness and will expose the motives of men's hearts. Thank you. And Dr. Fields, I love you.
And on deck is Monica. I say your name wrong every time, by Eddie, I believe.
You got this.
Correct me when you come up.
I am speaking today for those who feel they cannot, those who fear retaliation, fear for their job security, and fear that speaking up will harm their campus or their students. Calling a special board meeting on a Saturday when teachers and staff are already exhausted and trying to recover is reckless. Our educators give everything they have during the week, and they should not spend their weekends bracing for yet another crisis created at the top. Every time this district begins to stabilize, we are thrown back into uncertainty. That constant upheaval is demoralizing, and it's driving good people away. Meanwhile, our superintendent has remained calm, professional, patient, even while false accusations and attacks on his leadership, knowledge, and character have been publicly thrown his way. He has been blamed for problems he inherited while being constrained by excessive micromanaging. That is not accountability, that's sabotage. And it must be acknowledged that Black and brown cabinet members and the superintendent have faced repeated microaggressions with clear racial undertones. The tone, the scrutiny, and that disrespect affects all of our Black and brown employees and students. At the last meeting, when crucial budget decisions were on the table, board members said they needed more time to think, delaying action again despite the urgency facing this district. Yet last year, decisions to close schools were rushed through within minutes of members being sworn in, without reflection, without listening, and without even visiting campuses. Representing your constituents means showing up. Visiting the schools you represent matters. Listening to your educators matter. Listening to your families matter. Going to the students in their own spaces matters. That's how you build trust. The question before this board is not whether our superintendent deserves to remain employed. The question is, do the board members truly reflect the voice of their constituents? Or do they listen to campaign contributors? Do they represent all students, or are the decisions being driven by home campuses and personal agendas? Every single child in our district deserves to have a voice. The people you represent are speaking. The question remains, are you listening?
Up now is Ms. Bayani, and on deck is Mrs. Miriam Huerta. So again, please say your last name for me.
Oh, yeah.
I say it wrong every time.
No, I think you got it right this time.
Did I get it right
Yeah,
this time?
Monica.
Okay,
Yeah,
awesome. Go
yeah,
ahead, Ms. Bayani.
yeah. Thank you so much. I'm Monica Valleti, employee. On December 18th, I presented 3 possible directions the district could take to generate revenue without cutting staff. Over the past year, Judson has faced a serious operating deficit by millions of dollars, driven by declining enrollment, rising costs, and structural imbalances between what we earn per student and what we spend. Independent analysis last fall showed Judson receives less revenue per student than peer districts while spending more per student. This gap will not be fixed by changing one person's title. We must address this structure together. I was discouraged when the VATRE failed in November 2025, but that decision makes our path forward clearer. Focus on solutions that stabilize operations and responsibly generate revenue instead of casting blame. The VATRE can return to the ballot in November 2026, and data suggests second attempts often succeed once communities understand the consequences of failure. First, please do not fire leaders, stabilize them. Terminating a superintendent does not erase a deficit. In fact, districts typically owe severance or buyouts when contracts are cut short, adding costs we cannot afford. Recent examples, Harlingen paid over $250,000, Fort Worth paid nearly $1 million in total compensation. Those buyouts drain limited funds without solving underlying problems. Let's not repeat that mistake. Second, protect local control. Districts that spiral into leadership turmoil and governance breakdown risk state intervention. Last year, TEA appointed a board of managers and new superintendents to run South San Antonio due to chronic dysfunction in finances and governance. Unnecessary upheaval here only increases that risk. We must demonstrate steady, collaborative governance. Third, execute a revenue and savings plan now. Debt refunding financial advisors have already outlined a multi-million-dollar savings opportunities through bond refundings, with scenarios showing $8.7 million in savings. That is real relief that we should accelerate. Solar energy savings, Texas districts like Alamo Heights, Conroe, and Austin have shown solar can cut utility costs, earn buyback credits, and even generate revenue. Conroe projects, $8 million in 25-year savings. Austin is pursuing federal funding for solar expansion. Let's put a practical solar roadmap on the agenda. Childcare and community revenue. If the board explores a 4-day work week like many Texas districts have, that coverage on that day off will matter. Foundations like Charles Butt are investing in early childhood strategies locally, repurposing closed schools or underutilized campuses as affordable childcare hubs could serve those families and create jobs. These are actionable solutions that strengthen our district. Thank you.
Miriam Huerta,
Good afternoon, Judson ISD board members and Dr. Fields. My name is Miriam Wetha. I'm the principal at Converse Elementary. I knew I wanted to address the board today regarding the agenda item concerning the superintendent's employment and duties, but I struggled with what to say. I have previously addressed this board regarding concerns about the use of damaging verbiage and hurtful rhetoric, as have many others, but it seems as though any critical words towards the board's behavior and actions go unheard. So today, I decided instead to address my words directly to the superintendent. Dr. Fields, thank you. Thank you for coming back to work every day, despite the opposition you face from some board members. And thank you for trying to keep our district united in spite of those whose goal it is to create division. Thank you for supporting the administrators in this district. While there are board members who refuse to see our importance and our worth, an attitude that has already created an exodus of good talent from this district, you have stood by us. We see that when the superintendent isn't safe, none of us can feel secure in our roles. Thank you for making the tough decisions that you have to make and for trying to get the district on the right path, even when you are surrounded by some members who clearly want to see you fail. You continue to pave the way to success, even when there are some board members who are standing in the way of it. Thank you for being a man of integrity, despite being surrounded by those who are disrespectful, distasteful, ill-mannered, and inconsiderate of you and your role. Thank you for being our superintendent, even though there are some board members who think the superintendent's duties belong to them. We don't know what the board will decide today regarding your employment, and it's disheartening that we have members on this board who think it's okay to flippantly threaten your livelihood and your leadership. But Dr. Fields, whatever the outcome, I wanted you to hear publicly that you are appreciated. Stay strong and courageous because God has great plans for you, and they are plans of good. And maybe one day you'll get to be the superintendent in a district where the school board supports you and where they respect you and your decisions and they actually allow you to lead. Because when you are allowed to lead, great things happen. Thank you.
It's Natalie Long, and on deck is Michael Valdez.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Natalie Long, and I'm here today as a Judson educator and deeply concerned member of the JISD community. I want to speak honestly about the current effort to remove our superintendent. From what I have seen, he is a leader who operates with integrity, fairness, wisdom, and respect. Those are not just admirable traits. They are essential for stability and trust in a district like ours. What has been difficult to watch is how often his ability to lead appears to be restricted. When a superintendent's hands are tied, progress slows. When administrative recommendations, including staffing and position recommendations, are not approved, it feels less like healthy oversight and more like extreme micromanagement. And micromanagement at the board level creates uncertainty, delays, and instability across the entire district. Many of us have also observed board meetings that feel tense, divisive, and unproductive. Public meetings have included visible conflict, interruptions, and moments where voices appear to be cut short. This pattern does not inspire confidence. It signals dysfunction rather than collaboration. I do want to make mention that amongst these public displays of disunity, Dr. Fields continually, calmly communicates with dignity, respect, and leadership, and I thank you for that, Dr. Fields, over and over again. A board's role is to set vision and provide governance, not to manage daily operations or obstruct leadership. When those roles become blurred, the entire system suffers, and that dysfunction does not stay in this room. It reaches campuses, affects morale, and ultimately impacts students. Removing a superintendent is a very serious decision. It should be based on transparency, clear evidence, and what is truly best for the district, not politics, control, or power struggles. Judson ISD deserves stability, unity, and leadership that is allowed to lead. I urge this board to reflect carefully on the direction it is taking and the long-term impact these actions have on our schools and community. Thank you for your time.
the point of privilege. Mr. Valdez is a trustee from Edgewood ISD. Welcome.
Go ahead, Mr. Valdez.
Good afternoon, trustees, Dr. Field, and community. My name is Michael Valdez, and although I do serve on the Edgewood School Board, I'm speaking on behalf of myself today. I also want to share that I am a TASB Master Trustee, and in my training and coursework, we spend a lot of time talking about the role of trustees and very importantly about taking care of your superintendent. Strong superintendents are hard to find, and good ones are even harder to keep. That's why I want to talk about Dr. Fields. Dr. Fields have lived experience in this community and leadership that understands the people, families, and realities of the district cannot be taught overnight. When a superintendent truly knows their community, that is something boards should protect, not just push away. Trustees are not just evaluators, you are stewards of leadership, and taking care of your superintendent is part of your responsibility. I also want to address the meeting schedule. Having board meetings on Saturdays on top of the regularly called board meetings is concerning. Saturdays should be a time for rest. Trustees and the community need space to recharge, and the districts already have full workloads, and the pace right now does not seem sustainable or healthy. And I want to know how much money was being spent today to run this meeting on Saturday, and how much time was taken away of student outcomes. I also want to thank the teachers and staff for being here, because that really shows that your heart's in the right place. And on evaluations, there are norms and governance. I do not see wording on the agenda that says evaluation of the superintendent. I only see discussion on the superintendent, employment practices, and action regarding district administration, and that's concerning. When the boards are moving outside of the standard practice, it creates instability and erodes trust when it's outside of the evaluation period. And there's also real costs here, not just financial costs, but costs for time, energy, and morale. Boards are not meant to meet every day or every week. Effective governance is intentional and focused. And finally, I want to talk about transparency. I have never seen teams in training conducted in closed session. Training should be able to learn and reflect, and we should be able to see what kind of training is going on between the trustees. And I also want to close by saying, take care of your superintendent. Leaders like Dr. Fields are hard to find. Stability, trust, and respect at the top matters for every student, every teacher, and every family in the district. I also observed y'all walking in. I saw Miss Canoyer, Miss Stanford, Miss Lee, and Mr. Macias say hi to the people, and I really appreciate that. So I hope today your heart's in the right place for the superintendent. Thank you.
And on deck is Ralph Judson.
Good morning, or good afternoon. I am Teresa Parkman. I am an employee of Judson ISD and have been for many years. I left and came back. So just give me a minute. This is going to be a little here and there because I am not a teacher. I am a police officer with the district and proud to be, well, not as proud as I used to be. But let me tell you, I was very proud when I worked with that man right there, Mr. Fields. Very proud. One of the best principals I've ever worked with. He set standards for his assistant principals that went on to become principals. I started this district as a bus driver, left Judson, went and got my peace officers, and decided to come back to Judson to protect the community and the students. I graduated from Judson in '92. My mother graduated in '71. My aunts and uncles graduated in the late '60s. So we have strong roots in this district, and to see it fall apart because of certain people on the board is embarrassing. Yeah. It's heartbreaking, very heartbreaking. My child graduated from Wagner. It is disgusting, it really is. And it needs to change. I don't know what has to happen, but it needs to change. But Dr. Fields is doing his best and has done more than I think people even realize. He is more part of this community. We work together, keeping kids in the school. When he was just a principal, we went to students' houses looking for them, seeing in the type of houses they lived in, the parents outside doing godly things, and we understood where that student came from. I seen this man dress students for graduation because they didn't have the money to go buy button-down shirt, ties, and shoes. He is more than a superintendent. Yes. He is God sent to us. And for y'all to treat him like this is embarrassing. Yes. And I hope you're listening, Ms. Lee, because apparently this is in your hands. You have a lot on your shoulders. And I hope whatever you decide, you're happy with it and you can sleep with that decision. At this last convocation, I'm not sure, but I heard a lot of boos when certain person walked on stage, and that was embarrassing. I didn't realize the community of the staff of Judson ISD felt like that. And that says a lot. It really does. But to put him through this turmoil is nonsense. Really is. It needs to stop. Thank you.
And on deck is Mr. Osterman.
After I spoke here last time, I was told I need to focus on my classroom, which I'm happy to do, as the one who told me to speak has asked me to speak again. Today I'm speaking to the public, here and via video. So this is now my classroom, and here is my lesson. You have heard the phrase, "I second that motion." It's even played on the words of the Smokey Robinson song, "I second that emotion." You might think this means the person agrees with the motion. That's not correct. Seconding a motion is saying you think the motion is worth the board's time to talk about and publicly debate. Without a second, the motion dies on the spot. And seconding is part of Robert's rules. Today, I ask you to remember who on this board seconds a motion related to item 3A, discussion and possible action regarding the superintendent's employment and duties. 3A was put there contrary to board policy BE local, which says in plain language, in consultation with the board president, the superintendent shall prepare the agenda for all board meetings. We have heard Dr. Field did not put 3A on the agenda. And the board just voted to willfully ignore its own policies. They voted the rules don't matter. The person who put this on the agenda is about to put a permanent public spotlight on Dr. Field's current performance. They don't care what damage it does to his reputation or any future employment opportunities he may later choose to pursue. They just want to strip him of his dignity. And likewise for the one who seconds that motion. Consider further that they think doing this is more important than resolving the pending financial questions that were set aside because travel plans were threatened, or that honoring their prior commitments was more important than doing the work that JISD expected them back in December. Whoever seconds this motion or even discusses the superintendent's job performance today in this public square is the same kind of person who gleefully humiliated people by putting them in stocks or hauling them out of a jail cell without a trial to flog them in the town square. That's what this meeting is about. And that's what you are here to witness today. It's a disgrace. But I can do nothing to stop it because I still follow the rules. So here we are, and now you know who they are. Here ends the lesson.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the board. My name is Warrington Lee Osterman, and I'd like to give a special hello to Ms. Stanford, who I was not able to say hello to when she came in. I am here today on behalf of myself as a long-term resident of this district, my mother, who is on the faculty at Masters Elementary School, and my brother, who graduated from Wagner High School in 2013 when Mr. Fields was principal there. I'm here to speak in support of Mr. Fields. You all have already heard a lot of reasons regarding why he should not be dismissed. But I would like to point out that, as you've already heard, you are likely to suffer financial responsibilities if you take any action against this man. You really want to put the district through that while we're already in a financial deficit? People are afraid that this district is going to be taken over by the state. But if it's going to be taken over by the state at this point in time, it's not going to be because of the problems that already exist. It's going to be because of failed leadership on this board, just like taking actions against Mr. Fields. I would also like to point out, excuse me, that you have yet to hear a single person speak here against Mr. Fields. Listen to your constituents. We will remember any action you take come election day. So to sum up in closing, I would like to say to you all, leave this man alone. Let him do the job that he was hired to do. Thank you.
Next up is Dr. P.J. Cabrera, and on deck is Mr. Arnold.
You know, I didn't wear my shirt today. I decided to represent some of the best 10 years of my life, which was at Judson High School and Judson Journalism. Wait, where's the screen? Don't take away my time. What happened?
If you could pause a moment.
I will pause.
Thank you. Sometimes people like to reset, so little tactical pause. Hold on, I'm waiting for a heads up on we're resetting.
Yeah, Judson Journalism.
Okay.
Award-winning program. I did that.
Okay. All right. It looks like Russ is set. You're back up. We're good.
Wait, can I be reset?
I will. Hold on, everybody. Give me a moment. Russ, would you mind resetting the timer for me? Thank you, sir. Dr. Cabrera, the floor is yours.
When Dr. Walker spoke during the May 2025 board meeting, she discussed the implications of school closures, including impacts on communities of color, creating instability, educational displacement, economic consequences, and political and social fallout, including protest, especially when communities push back against decisions that seem unfair or discriminatory. It leads to a distrust in local governance. That night, y'all seemed swayed. You voted to keep schools open and ideally implement and ensure a robust and transparent process for future school closing. So it seemed that you guys understood, and proven by social science, if X is decided, then Y may happen. And here we are again, because of a hastily called school board meeting, which some school board members were not consulted on, we are once again seeing protest and loss of trust in local governance because of a decision that seems unfair and discriminatory. So at a time when the district needs stability and public education is not supported, love him or hate him, and trust me, I have my issues with the district, a decision to upend leadership right now is disastrous. You are welcoming and driving chaos in the district, especially when morale being as low as it is. You will lose control of the message, which if you put my academic hat on, you guys have already lost. And you will see an exodus of people and support from faculty and staff, and sadly, from families and students. Even having this meeting is making things worse, not better, let alone whatever decisions you guys decide to make. The board has to own where the district is at. In less than a year in her seat, you have a leader who's been more abrasive, more rude, more argumentative, and more disrespectful to her colleagues, to the superintendent, to administration, and even employees in the district. Frankly, whoever questions her, and trust me, I know, she's lied to me, and she's lied about me. So, if you make this decision from Dr. PJ, if you do X, then Y is going to happen. If you remove the superintendent in this way, you are going to cause chaos. A mass exodus of faculty and staff and family and students, and you guys will be known for removing one of the few superintendents of color in the state of Texas. Yes. Our country is being run by a bully. We teach our students to stand up to bullies. So now it's in your hands. Stand up to the bully.
Next up is Mr. Arnold Salinas, and on
Good afternoon, board members and members of the Judson ISD community. I love you. My name is Arnoldo Salinas. I am a former Judson ISD teacher, former Judson ISD administrator, former Judson ISD board member, including board president, and have been a Judson ISD resident for over 50 years. I am also I am also a parent of two former ISD.
Take a moment if you need it, Mr. Salinas. You'll get time. You'll get time. Take a breath and take your time.
I am here to speak in support of Dr. Field, Superintendent of Judson ISD District. Judson ISD needs steady, experienced leadership. Dr. Fields has provided that he has managed, focused on students, supported staff, and carried out his responsibilities with professionalism, even in the face of ongoing conflict. That leads to an important point that needs to be said clearly. The behavior and division we have seen at the board level is unacceptable. Yes. Infighting, public disputes, and personal agendas undermine trust and damage the credibility. This district must, importantly, they hurt students, staff who deserve stability and clear direction. Dr. Fields has done his job. The board must now do theirs. Governance requires collaboration, respect, and professionalism. When the board is divided, the entire district suffers. Continuing to destabilize district leadership sends the wrong message to teachers, families, and the community. Judson ISD cannot move forward when energy is spent on conflict instead of solutions. Supporting Dr. Fields is a step toward restoring stability and trust. I urge the board to put aside personal differences, stop the infighting, and lead with integrity and unity. Our students are watching. Our staff is watching. This community is watching. Please do better. Lead better and support the leadership that is already in place. I am embarrassed having to read on the paper and TV cameras. Do you think that would be here if you would be recognizing students? No, they're here because everything is negative. They like that. Stop it.
I've known Arnold for a long time. I should have known he'd be a hard act to follow. I'm Tom Kinsey. I have been a band director at 4 different schools in Judson School District. The 3 daughters go through school here. 2 actually graduated. And I wrote a short email to the board members, so I'm going to just read it for those of you who didn't get a chance to. I taught in the Judson ISD for 29 years and went through many superintendents. Some good, some not so good, and one I wish I could forget. The first was Bill Sevier when the central office was in the building of the old Converse Elementary. I knew a few well and some only by the effect they had on the district, so I consider myself very knowledgeable about our district leaders. I've known Dr. Field since he was in my 7th grade class at Kitty Hawk Junior High. At that time, of course, he wasn't Dr. Fields, he was just Milton. He was reliable, intelligent, and honest. I had dealings with him again. He was the principal of Wagner High School, and I was supervising alternative certification teachers. And the first year he was at Wagner, I think was probably one of the hardest administrative jobs I've ever seen. Absolutely. And he handled it. Even considering replacing him as superintendent of JISD is ludicrous. The most important trait of any leader is character. JISD cannot do better than Dr. Milton Rob Fields.
Yes.
Next up is Rebecca Aguilar, and please give me some grace. I'm going to go out of order on one because we have one person with a family emergency commitment. So Ms. Carr, I'm going to slide you in after Ms. Aguilar. I appreciate everybody's patience with that. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Aguilar.
Good afternoon, President Ryan, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Fields. My name is Rebecca Aguilar. I am a 16-year loyal and dedicated veteran employee of Judson ISD, an AFT member, and a taxpayer in this community. I am deeply troubled by the proposal to terminate Dr. Fields' contract, particularly given the district's current budget challenges. Removing a superintendent mid-year while we are already operating without a CFO and facing a significant budget shortage is fiscally counterintuitive. A contract buyout would only deepen our deficit, diverting essential funds away from our classrooms and our students. This decision will send a message of instability to the entire JISD staff and its community. Beyond the financial impact, the lack of stability is taking a toll on morale. Consistent rash actions by the board creates an environment of uncertainty that drives away quality staff, educators, and families alike. If we want to stop the exodus of staff, educators, and students, we must prioritize consistency. A mid-year termination is more than just a personnel change. It is a costly financial decision that our current budget simply cannot afford. I urge you to prioritize the district's solvency and the stability of our classrooms over the political shifts. Our students, our staff, and our community deserve a stability that only consistent leadership can provide. And I hope you have listened to all the comments that have come up here, because the exodus has already started. So please stop it. Stop the exodus and give what's best for our students and our staff. Thank you.
I don't really need a mic, but hello everyone. Sorry I cut y'all. I gotta go to a funeral.
For the sake of the recording, please stay somewhat close
Sure.
to the mic. Appreciate your time. Hold on, let me let the next person know. So Dr. Arnell, you'll be next on deck. So go ahead, Ms. Carr.
Hello everyone, my name is Tasha Carr. I am from District 2. I am a business owner who lives in the district that Dr. Fields' leadership is in. I don't know much about the budget. I have to educate myself on that. But what I can talk about is disrespect. I grew up knowing that when you had the title of doctor, that was major. And I don't understand you raising these kids to disrespect the title of doctor. Me, I'm 44 years old and I still respect that title, doctor. I see several doctors up here, Dr. Toppins, all these doctors up here, and I would never disrespect them the way this board disrespects them. Dr. Fields has done so much for this community you guys don't even know about. When I started up a team during COVID to pass out lunches because Judson was making lunches but kids were at home and they weren't receiving lunches, I tag team with Dr. Fields. Some of these kids was at home by themselves depending on breakfast and lunch from the district. Dr. Fields helped me with that. And I gathered a team together and we delivered over, 2,000 meals a day to all these kids? So y'all didn't even know about that. Secondly, my son, while he was in school, he got stabbed with a pencil on the back of his neck. Nobody wanted to help me. Dr. Fields went straight over to that school and handled it. I know people who would have sat their butt in this chair and wouldn't move. You know what I'm saying? So the disrespect is crazy that y'all giving him. And you want to put somebody in his position, but are they even qualified to be in his position? Can they handle this district? You have one of the roughest districts in San Antonio. You got Sunrise. You better ask Dr. Toppins. You better ask Dr. Toppins. You know how many students I seen coming in high school and Dr. Toppins said, go home, come back, I'm calling you, I will come get you. That's serious business. Half y'all can't even go up to another student. You know what these students say to these teachers now? I wasn't even allowed to cuss at their age. Y'all up here trying to gun him up out of here, bully him up out of here, strong him up out of here, but you can't do his job. You're not even capable of doing his job. You might think you had an education, but on the other side of that, you gotta be relatable. And you have to be relatable to your staff, the educators, the students. You gotta be able to get down on the smallest kids level. And if you can't do that, stop trying to kick them out of his position. You don't know what you asking for. You asking for something you can't do. And that's all I gotta say.
Good afternoon, members of the board and members of the community. I'm not one with a lot of words, but had to share this today. My name is Dr. Shay Arnell, and I am a proud product of Judson ISD. This district raised me. I've spent 23 years in this district as a student and as an employee because Judson ISD matters to me. This is home. I am here today asking you to give Dr. Fields a fair and honest chance. He is a dad, a father, a son, a husband, and the list goes on. He is also the wonderful superintendent of Judson ISD. Dr. Fields did not come here for power. He came back home to serve the same community that shaped him. He stepped into this role carrying challenges that existed long before he became superintendent. Challenges that cannot be fixed overnight and should not be used against him. The decisions that are being made affect people, real people. Your decisions affect teachers who are exhausted, staff who are afraid, families who are watching, and students who feel instability. The morale is low, the stress is high. Many of us are carrying this fear silently while still showing up every day for kids, every single day. Keep in mind Luke 8:17 says, "For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open." Romans 12:10 says, "Be devoted to one another in love. Honor one another above yourselves." I ask you today to lead with compassion, courage, and integrity. Please give Dr. Fields the opportunity to continue his work. Dr. Fields, thank you for your service. Thank you for being a man of integrity. I wanted to publicly say I appreciate you. Judson ISD board, please stand with him, stand with us. Choose fairness, choose stability, choose the families and students of Judson ISD. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, board, Dr. Fields, cabinet. If we were going to have a board meeting on a Saturday, this board meeting really should be focused on the difficult decisions our community is waiting for. Which schools will close, which programs will face cuts, and how we will navigate our budget crisis. Those decisions should have been made last month. Parents, teachers, students, and staff are anxious and need answers so they can prepare for what's coming. Instead, we're here today because today's agenda suggests leadership restructuring, not just of Dr. Fields, but of our cabinet. A topic I have not heard our community clamoring for. Let me be direct about my concerns. Given our financial situation, we absolutely cannot afford to buy out anyone's contract and simultaneously pay someone else to do that job. Unless there is some cause none of us are aware of, egregious enough to negate the need for a buyout, this board should be focused on working with current leadership, not replacing them. Every dollar spent paying someone to not work is a dollar taken from supporting students. And let's talk about those of us supporting students. While you consider potential buyouts, academic trainers, paraprofessionals, and others have accepted pay inequities caused by TEA or increased demands because we understand the district's financial reality. Ms. Stanford, Mr. Macias, if you remember in August, I asked you to stop fighting for academic trainers to receive a payout that would balance the TRA because I saw what we were going against with the budget. And I prioritized our needs to balance a budget. We've tightened our belts, we've made sacrifices, we've put students first, even if it meant our own compensation did not keep pace. How will you explain to staff who have absorbed inequity that we can afford contract buyouts but not fair compensation for people on campus serving students every single day? Leadership restructuring should only occur if there is cause. We cannot afford buyouts, not when we're asking dedicated employees to accept less, do more, and not when students need every available dollar. I urge board members to stay focused. Make the hard budget decisions our community needs, but don't add disruption and expense we cannot afford. Thank you.
Next up is Lisa Pfeiffer, and on deck is Wayne Harper.
Good afternoon, Board and Superintendent Dr. Fields, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Boy, it's been a long time, probably over a decade since I've been here speaking. But my name is Lisa Pfeiffer, and I've been connected to the Judson District for nearly 35 years through my daughters, my grandchildren, and now my great-grandchildren. When it came to the recent elections last year, it was portrayed that a certain group of 4 had all the answers to Judson ISD. That's not the case. And I am adamantly here to support Dr. Fields as the Judson ISD superintendent. These multiple agenda postings threatening him and his position are just trying to drive him out. Dr. Fields, don't you go nowhere. You stay here. Yeah. Okay? And Richard LaFoyle told me that too this morning. You stay here. Dr. Fields has a very valuable asset. He is connected to these kids, the students, which is your purpose for being here. And I learned that through an experience with my oldest granddaughter over a decade ago. It involved some medical issues, a death in the family out of state, and I believe it was probably 2.5, 3 weeks before graduation. But Dr. Fields was there for her and there for us as a family. And she graduated without any problems, no special favors, but he just had to look at the picture that this is how we could do this. Now, Judson, 4 CFOs in Judson ISD in 3 years. It ain't no wonder there are some financial issues that continue. The VATAR proposition that was out on the ballot last fall and failed. But I really don't see where a whole lot of the Judson board members were out there trying to get people to support it. These board members get 0 compensation, but they are costing Judson ISD a lot. Dr. Fields is not the problem. The problem is those bringing divisiveness to this board, and you know who you are. And thank you, Dr. Fields, and stay strong, Dr. Fields.
Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Harper. I got a long history in Judson ISD. I raised kids from elementary to middle school here. I took them to work with me at East Central because I work long hours in the district. I work from like 6 in the morning to like 7 or 8 at night. My wife wonder where I'm at the school. So I cut that out back in 2012, and I came over here to Wagner. In case you don't know, I used to be a PTO president, Converse, PTO president, Willick Hills, bond chair, open up Wagner. That's why we got Army ROTC. All right, chair of Judson High School rebuild. That's why we got a new causal runs over the stadium. And then later on, I became board vice president here on this board from 2008 to 2011. And I got a chance to see all the inner workings of a board in the community. I'm a TASB ISD graduate. I'm a master trustee. I'm one of 3 in the district. And we got some board members here today, Mr. Salinas, Ms. Adair, and we don't want to come here today. We really didn't want to come. You've heard all the arguments. I had an event this morning over at Roosevelt, but I took the time to come because I understand what's happening. There's definitely an elephant in the room. All right, I'm not going to say what it is. There is definitely a hidden agenda. There's definitely a witch hunt going on. There are so many things. This is like a revival. And it's for you, Dr. Fields, because we know your relationship, we know what you've done in the community, and we see there's no reason for this.
Yes.
Y'all don't need no amens. But we definitely understand what is going on. And we need to clarify what's going on. You need to realign the board. There are 4 of you that are locked in, that what we call a board that can't do anything right. If 4 of you are voting the same way, if you don't have a 5-2, a 6-1, or a 7-0 vote, you guys are not coming together. You are a team of 8. You don't do a team building with just board members. The superintendent must be included. There must be some collaboration. You got to talk with your constituents. Do you think all these employees are here today just to be here? They're not.
Yes.
They're here for one reason, and that's your agenda item. You need to think about realigning your board. You need to think about, you can do that and put someone at the end. Leadership is action. It is not a position. All of you have one vote. All of you got to go home and answer to the community about what we're doing. We got a deficit. Let's fix the problem. Do it in 2 stages. People are planning to leave. They're offering more money, especially people of excellence. Think about it. If you don't know what your future holds, are you going to sit there and wait?
That's right. That's right.
So I'm just telling you, read the writing on the wall. We support you all, and thank you for your time.
I'll have her minutes as well. She signed up, so I can take her minutes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, ma'am.
I'll have her minutes as well.
Ms.
Karen
Coleman?
is yielding her minutes to me.
I'm sorry, you're eliminated to 3 minutes.
Okay.
So, go
So
ahead.
let me start by saying I am Lisa Butler. I'm the one who put the viral post out. I am Mrs. Butler. I did that for a reason. And let me clarify something in the post, because it is about what I said. I moved out of the district not because of the district. I moved out because my husband wanted more land, and there was nothing that we could buy that would satisfy his need for land. Even when I moved out of the district, my daughter stayed at Metzger until last year. I stand here as a product of Judson High School. I graduated in '98. My 3 older kids graduated from Wagner High School. My son, the first one to graduate, was under Miss Toppins. He had the highest amount of scholarships at $5 million offered to him to go to school. That happened at Wagner High School. My son, LJ Butler, is the running back that was at Wagner during the time when it was all over the news about Wagner doing things in football. So I am committed to Judson no matter what address is on my driver's license. I have 6 houses in this district, 6 of them. So I can tell you I belong here today, and I pay more taxes with my 6 houses than any one of you sitting here. So for you to try to discredit me and say she doesn't even have a child in the district, I have friends and family and 6 houses in this district.
when I found out how you were railroading Dr. Fields, I had to step and say something. And when I spoke, it resonated with enough people to fill this room. You asked me, Miss Lee, you told me on the phone, you said, I want to hear from the community because I'm stuck in the middle. This is the community that came out to speak to you. You wanted them and they showed up. Why? Because we've been sitting back and we've been watching every single thing. And now it was time to come together and let y'all know we're not standing for this. See, I'm not just a pretty face. I've already contacted legal counsel. This meeting is illegal. So whatever happens today, there will be consequences come Monday. Because I got representation for all of us. And they're going to stand on that. Don't be the one. Yield your 3 minutes? Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Butler. Okay, next up is
I'm going to yield the 3 minutes, so she gave it to me.
Karen Coleman. Go ahead.
Okay.
I
Again.
would love to hear from Ms. Coleman.
Well, she wants to hear, she wants me to talk for her. Am I speaking for you? So we're going to do that. So let me clarify something else. I said that Karen Ryan.
Ross, could you reset the timer for 3 minutes, please? Thank you, sir.
I said that Karen Ryan, I'm sorry, Monica Ryan. You remind me of somebody I know named Karen. I said that you were appointed and you were not. See, the board member before you lobbied her. But she found out who you were and she stayed on her entire term and didn't leave early. Let me clarify that right now. The second thing, I need everybody here to know, she did get that AP teacher at Veterans High School. See, I know, because as soon as I put it out there, everybody started dropping those bombs to let me know what was really going on. Your daughter, based on your influence at Veterans Memorial, was the only student that got taught in that classroom that you lobbied to get that AP teacher for. No other student in that class. She sat in a classroom being taught by a teacher that was for all the students while they had her in the back doing something different to fill the needs that you wanted for that AP class. I'm speaking facts because somebody from the school made sure I knew the facts of the situation. So when we talk about influence, let's talk about the influence, Ms. Ryan, you have. Because we know for a fact what happened at Veterans. I couldn't go to Wagner and tell Ms. Toppin, I want Sean to take a certain AP class. Make it happen. He's the only kid that needed that class. She'd have told me, Lisa, bye. But they didn't tell you that. They didn't tell you that because she told me she felt threatened by her job. They had to provide that class for your daughter or they might not be teaching today. So that, my dear, is an abuse of power. I have already contacted a lawyer because that is the only way we can get you removed is abuse of power. That is complete abuse of power. So while we're trying to remove a man who is in high regards with the community, you need to worry about your seat on that board. Because see, you can't threaten me. I can tell everybody who I am. I'm out on bond right now for assault. I stand in my truth.
Ma'am, we can't have physical threats.
That's not a physical threat. Hold on. Did I threaten you? Don't ruin my time. I'm out on, I am who I am. So when you tell people that I'm a criminal, I will tell you who I am. I'm Lisa Butler. Dr. Fields, let me tell you something. You know I respect you. But so now you're threatened? I know. Everybody gets threatened by a black woman that's highly educated. It's okay. You heard me, though, didn't you?
not wearing a bow tie, so some of you might not recognize me. I'm Scott Willis, and I'm a teacher at Veterans Memorial High School. Shame on you. Shame, shame, shame. Oh my God. This is the 4th time this is going on the agenda. Don't we have something important to do? Is putting this on the agenda going to make this a better place? Ms. Lee, this swings on you. I'm just going to speak to you. I remember a night the last time this happened. You went running out of this room at about 11:45 in tears. And who was the only person that followed you out to try and do something about this, to make you feel better after the way you'd been treated in closed session? I don't know what went on in there. I just know what went on when you ran out. Dr. Fields chased after you. And you rethought whether you wanted to be on this board or not. And I can see why. You were browbeaten, I'm sure, past this. But now, somehow, you've closed yourself off against other board members and listening to what they have to say. You're hearing a huge amount of people in the community here on a Saturday when you're trying to hide it with the minimum amount of notice to give a meeting like this. I had better things to do on a Saturday. I bust my butt Monday through Friday doing what I do for our kids. You have to ask yourself, you're a mom of children here in the district. Do you really think that what's going on here right now is going to make this a better school district and a better place for your children to go to school? Or do you think it's going to be worse? I think you really in your heart of hearts know that. I think that you know what you have to do. I think that we need to stop this. You and I and everybody in this room knows we're in a terrible fiscal morass. And we need to lead ourselves out of this. And it's been 2 months since the Vader failed. And this board continues to push the can down the road. The CAPA, oh my God, it was only posted on the 17th of December. No, the revision to the CAPA, trying to be as up to date as possible, was voted. You could see the colored ink that told you what changes have been made since the last time it was there. Are we talking about the CAPA today and what we're going to do to save 15, 20, $10 million? Nope. For the 3rd or the 4th time in the last 12 months, we're talking about getting rid of Dr. Fields. What is the hidden agenda here? What is the vendetta that's going on here? What happened in the past that's leading people to do this? Pettiness. Please don't be manipulated by the people around you on the board, ma'am. You in your heart of hearts know what's right, and that this is a distraction that this board doesn't need and this district doesn't need. Do the right thing, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Did I lose Miss Adair? Oh, yes, sorry. Oh, I knew I
didn't
saw
hear
you.
my name.
Sorry, ma'am. You were up next, and then Dr. Nance, you'll be after her.
I'm now? Okay. Good afternoon. In my church, we have something called From the Heart, so I'm not quite like all the other people. I don't have a prepared speech line by line. I'm going to speak from the heart. I gave up my anniversary weekend of 49 years with my spouse today to be here with you all. When I saw the agenda, I didn't think I could make it because I've been married 49 years. But this is of great significance to this community. I've been a Judson resident taxpayer for 43 years. I think I beat all y'all talking today. I've known Dr. Fields since his hiring. I was on the board. I carefully reviewed the resume of an incoming principal for Wagner. Wagner was having major issues. It's in a rough neighborhood, and I wasn't sure that someone of Dr. Fields' background coming from Northeast could handle it. To my amazement, he not only handled it, he handled it above and beyond anyone's expectations. I watched Dr. Fields get promoted to the district office and now superintendent. I want to address item 3B, a team of 8. I am a master trustee for TASB. I served on this board for 10 years. I was board president and all those other things you do on a board. All board members, each of you, are to engage in decision-making for this district. It should be a joint effort. Whatever your decision is, all of you need to decide on the next step. It's totally inappropriate for an agenda item saying to allow district officers to engage legal counsel. Each of you need to be there. One day you're not going to be an officer, and you want to have a say as well. I'm going to remind the board in my last few minutes that administration was given the report card for 2 years at one period. It wasn't, here's a year, fix it, here's a year. TA withheld the ratings and handed you 2 years of failure at one time, simultaneously. And on numerous occasions, this board, to include Mr. Macias, has overridden the recommendation of the superintendent. So we cannot lay all the financial shortfalls, deficits on the superintendent when the board has went against his recommendations, including, and most importantly, the refusal of the board to hire a CFO that he recommended. When he doesn't, I know my time's up. When we don't have a CFO, the superintendent has to devote time to that aspect as well as his regular job. So I would ask you, the song says, Jesus, I'm depending on you to see us through.
And she will be followed by Dr. Susan Street.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Fields, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and the Judson community, San Antonio, Texas, United States. They're watching us. They're watching us. The shenanigans, the show, they've been watching us. I prayed about this, so consulted spiritual counsel, talked to my pastor. I want to start with some quotes that were made by some folks. Okay, here we go. There becomes that point when you realize you have somehow surrounded yourself with people whose purpose is turned to only be focused on your complete annihilation. You realize no matter how much you try to be kind, empathetic, forgiving, and conciliatory, their pursuit of you is relentless and intractable. Kind of similar to like a witch hunt. Kind of very like when you are given directives and guidance to come forward with items for our children, and you do, but then somehow they keep getting holes poked in them. Now we're data driven, right? We're data driven, but you can't only focus on the data that supports your agenda, that supports your narrative. We cannot do that. I've got 5 fingers, but I'm more powerful as a fist. There are 4 of you against 3 of you, and the whole Judson world knows it. How did we get here? I block walked. I campaigned. I told people to vote for you. This is personal. When it comes to our baby's education, it's personal. Every child deserves equal access to equitable education. Every single one of them. I'll make sure my child is okay. And I know many of you up there are going to do the same for yours. But what about those parents working 3 and 4 jobs just to keep the lights on, living in a 2-bedroom apartment? Because let me tell you what I think. Let me go back to some more quotes, and then I'll end it. When you watch behavior fueled by pack mentality, it is unbelievable how powerful and destructive that hostile environment can be towards someone who is not in the pack. Monica, those were your words. On October 18th, 2024.
Do I believe you care about education? I do. When people came to me and said, we voted for her because you vouched for her, I did. In the beginning, I said, let's not confuse her passion for aggression. This is aggression. This is planned. And if we're going to put him on administrative leave or terminate his employment, show me a write-up. Show me an improvement plan. Show me where we tried to work together to make this district better as a whole.
I'm so sorry.
My time is up.
I'm so
No worries. I'll be back.
Okay.
But let's keep the kids first and the pettiness outside.
All right, next up, Dr. Susan Street.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Susan Street, and I'm a former public school teacher and have been a resident of District 2 in Kirby for almost 30 years. The first agenda item says to discuss the superintendent's duties. Let's do that. Bringing the budget is the responsibility of the superintendent. He isn't supposed to be everyone's friend. He has to make the hard decisions for the good of all the students. He's like a parent who has to budget his paycheck each month and choose whether to use his last $50 to buy groceries for the week or treat the kids to Chuck E. Cheese. The responsible parent goes to H-E-B, cooks dinners at home, gets sandwich stuff for lunches, and goes to work every morning knowing his kids are fed. He doesn't use his money on good time things so that they will like him. On his list of duties, it states, number 5, oversee a budget development process that results in recommendations based on district priorities, available resources, and anticipated changes to district finances. So without a motion, first, district priorities in the budget. In the fiscal year 25-26, you cut $4.9 million from instruction. That is the largest cut you made. There was no cut for instructional leadership, but an $866,000 increase. School leadership was only cut $94,000. Neither one of those items is essential to a classroom teacher unless they're actually supporting the teachers by removing behavior problems so that the teachers can teach the other students. I don't know where teaching coaches fall in the budget, but unless you have a lot of new green teachers, teachers don't need coaches. They're professionals, and that is what department heads are for. Teachers in the trenches know what to do. Secondly, available resources. When you have a large drop in enrollment, consolidation should be the first thing you consider. Your resources dropped by $14.5 million. That's 6% less than last year's revenue. So at the very least, you should have had a 6% less expenditures, or $16.2 million. Instead, you only decreased $965,000. That's less than 0.5%. I have to ask what you're thinking. Last year's budget was already $23.6 million over. Your available resources were non-existent. Your district reserves are not listed on the budget, so I don't know if you're planning on using those. But since you're currently worried about cash on hand for payroll, again, what were you thinking? Thirdly, anticipated changes to district finances. You paid for consultants and data, so you knew that enrollment was down. You understood that there would be a shortfall of tax revenue. Did you not think to cut more overhead, as in the extra people in the admin building who've been hired in the last 3 years? Do you think that football, baseball, and basketball will disappear without those additional coaches? Not likely. We spend almost $7 million on extracurricular activities. Let me close with the fact that I don't see this superintendent making the hard choices or doing what he was hired to do, and that's disappointing. Budget is a hard truth. Being sentimental won't be the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, at this time, we're gonna move on to our agenda item 3A, which is continued from our December 9th meeting. Was already on that agenda. We ran out of time that evening, so that agenda item, it was pushed to this meeting. So this agenda item was originally on from Ms. Lee and Ms. Jones. So Ms. Lee, I will turn it over to you.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Ms.
This should not be held in open. We do not
employment in open. This is past practice in the district. While it may be legal, it is not what we do. It is not fair. It is not appropriate. This should be moved into closed.
Yes, ma'am, we already had the closed session, it was on December 9th, I believe you were present.
I'd like to go into closed session now.
Yes.
Do I have a motion on that?
I move we move into closed session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Canoyer and a second by Mr. Macias to go into closed session. Under which section, may I clarify the motion, which section of the government code are you trying to go into closed session on?
Discussing employment.
Okay, so 074. Okay.
Personnel and it's consultation with the attorney. I want to be able to call them.
And 071. Okay, so we have a motion and from Ms. Canoyer to go into closed session on Texas Government Code section 551 and 074, and a second by Mr. Macias. Did I reiterate that motion correctly?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and we have a second. And again, we already had this closed session, so any discussion before we vote on that?
I just want to let the community know that closed session was not on the agenda, but we at the board level can make a request for closed session. It does need to pass 4-3. If it doesn't, we have to proceed and open, just so the community is aware of that.
Okay, any other discussion before we proceed to vote? Seeing none.
Just clarify the need for putting it into close so the community understands that. And that is that we typically discuss personnel issues in closed session because we don't want it to look like a show trial on a personal level. So that would be the purpose for this. Because we don't know, honestly, we don't know what's going to be brought forward right now. And we want to be sure that it's handled appropriately. And closed is the best protection we can give any employee. And that's why it's being asked for.
And just a procedural note, action cannot be taken in closed session by law. So this is the action portion of the closed session that occurred. So any other comments, we'll proceed to vote. Go ahead and cast your vote. Okay, the motion does not pass. 3-4. All right, so as discussed, we are continuing the December 9th meeting. Agenda item from Ms. Lee and Ms. Jones. Ms. Lee, I'll turn the microphone over to you first. Oh, yes, water? Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, Judson community. Thank you so much for taking your personal time on speaking up, and I do hear you all. I don't recall on anything that he treated me bad, and just to share, ever since on my TIA, the next morning, yes, Dr. Fields has shown, visited me, and that really kept in my heart.
And every time, he's always checking on me, and, you know, board meetings when it comes late, he even, you know, offer for him to like just guide me to drive just to, for me to be, go home safe. But I always make sure that I text him so that he won't worry anymore. Someone has spoken earlier about, you know, this is in my hands and everything, and the question is that I put it here on my note, like, how can I sleep at night? Yes, it has been a struggle really personally. Before Christmas, something really just personal issues, family matters, and it has really kept me all night because my heart is just broken because a lot of like people just, you know, reach out and talk to me, and I just want to really say thank you so much, because I know how hard that could be, especially when I often struggle to find my own voice and have that courage to speak up. I truly believe you all that you just want what's best for the kids, and with all my heart, that's all I want too. That's why it's so hard for me right now, because I'm really just heartbroken for all the things I've learned and experienced. So, to all of you that have spoken to me, your bravery really had inspired me, and I will carry it with me as I gather and find my strength to guide us and move Judson ISD forward. So, with this, I move that as related to the superintendent's employment and duties, we relieve him of his duties and place him on administrative leave pending investigation reported concerns in accordance with district practices with pay effective immediately until further notice, and authorize the board president to provide written notice of this action accordingly.
I'm sorry, we're gonna need, audience, we are trying to record this meeting in compliance with the Texas laws. So we do have to keep it to a low level. If there's a conversation you wanna have, the hallway is open and it is being broadcast out there. So I have a motion on the table. Do I have a second? I have a motion. Audience, this is the last warning I am going to give. We have to conduct government business, so if you will please allow that to occur. There is a motion by Ms. Lee, a second by Ms. Poteet. The motion was as related, again, we may have a motion, a second, I repeat it, and we'll have, and if there is any more comments on it, we have a vote. The motion was as related to the superintendent's employment and duties. We relieve him of his duties and place him on administrative leave pending investigation of reported concerns in accordance with district practices with pay effective immediately until further notice, and authorize the board president to provide written notice of this action accordingly. That was the motion and the second. Is there any discussion by this? I see Mr. Macias, go ahead. You have your time, sir.
This is absolutely disgraceful in every way imaginable. I don't even know where to start. Really, this should be a conversation in closed session, because I have questions about allegedly what investigation is needed to be. And we have no idea what the investigation is. I just can tell you it is manipulation, Ms. Lee, and it is disgraceful. The process is played out in closed session. We talked through it. Last month's meeting, when we were in closed, there was no consensus because there was no documentation. It's essentially a witch hunt, and I've been telling my community of that. There has been a targeted focus on Dr. Fields, and so it's not in me. In fact, that's why that's the first issue on this agenda rather than our budget, which we should be discussing, financial objectives and minimizing our deficit. I've heard in the past from some of my board that they want to blame the superintendent for the deficit. Someone said earlier, it's not, it's a joint responsibility. The board overrode the superintendent that caused major waves in our deficit. And it's something that I had to be accountable for when I ran for re-election. The community understood why we made those investments, and I sleep well at night. I don't think I'm bothered by it. The bottom line is, we can't unfairly do something to a superintendent without backup. I'll even tell you this, legal already said that, you know, he can appeal. Dr. Fields can appeal this, and he would probably win. Because I can tell you, I'll be testifying on his behalf. It is unfair to do this, played out like this. We have other priorities. I said it in social media, I'll say it here. Our focus needs to be on student outcomes, finances, and academics, not changing leadership. Right now, if we change leadership, who's going to serve in the interim? It's going to be chaos. And I know employees are looking to leave. This is probably the last straw. But when I feel there's intention to destroy our district, this is perfectly aligned with destroying our district. You know, and there might be a few that may not agree, but you that are in this room are the majority, and you hear and know what's happening. So I really am disappointed, Ms. Lee, in your motion. You did not consult with anyone, nor did you want to talk in closed session about why your motion is. It's still uncertain to me what the basis of your motion is. And we can't discuss it here because, as someone mentioned earlier, we can't start putting rumors out there about what's wrong with the suit. There's nothing wrong with him. But somehow, there's this notion that now there's an investigation. It's bogus. I can almost assure you that, you know, it's another play. And Ms. Lee, I assure you, I don't believe you are the one that thought about this. I don't believe it.
Big girl, big girl.
Bottom line is, we have board members that are still learning the job. They don't understand how this is supposed to work, and they are causing chaos in this district. And that's why I have to alert my community of that chaos. I mean, I try to be professional, yeah. I have my own challenges, I'm human, but, you know, this is not how we're supposed to do it. So I'm going to counter your motion, and I'm going to ask that we postpone any of this discussion by postponing this meeting to a later discussion so that we can consult with legal. I'd like to be able to talk about this in closed session, because whenever you throw the allegation of investigation, that's a serious notion that we need to understand what is happening, because I'm afraid, Ms. Lee, that you've been lied to. And so I want to make sure that we are very clear about what we're going to do before we harm the reputation of anybody, especially Dr. Fields. It is unfair, and if the tables were turned and we were saying we're putting an investigation on you, you would be very defensive. So let's be fair about this, and I move that we postpone this decision until we have an opportunity to talk with legal counsel.
Yes.
Audience, please, I'm begging you, it's really gonna mess up the recordings. You had 6 minutes. We have a motion to postpone by Mr. Macias, and I believe I heard a second from Ms. Canoyer. So we have a motion on the table and a second to postpone this. And I'm sorry, could you clarify, was this an indefinitely, or just motion to postpone?
I have motion till we talk with legal counsel.
Until we talk to legal, okay, thank you. A motion to postpone until we talk to legal counsel once again, and a second by Ms. Canoyer. Okay. Any discussion?
I have something.
About the motion to postpone portion? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Fields.
So rather than postpone, if we wanted to do it in open session, I mean, it was asked if we could go close, if we don't want to go close. If there's a concern, what I heard was it was about pay. We have the people around the dais who can answer any pay questions. We could go ahead and ask the question and we could talk about that.
I'm sorry, I didn't think I heard anything about pay.
That's what, I thought it was concerning pay. What was? Admin labor pay, but it wasn't about concerns about investigation about that?
No, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir, that was not the motion.
Got it.
So.
I'm still free to talk about whatever.
Yes, you are. Okay, so we have a motion to postpone on the table that we will have to vote on. So further discussion? Oh, on the motion to postpone? Okay, yeah, we're gonna take discussion just on the motion to postpone, and then we'll go back to the original. So you will be my first person.
So regarding postponement.
Regarding postponement, go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
The reason I would be for postponement is because people have been asking me what Dr. Fields did wrong to deserve this today, when we really should be talking about finances today, which is what everyone really is caring about and what they're stressed about. So people have been asking me about that, and I have to tell them I don't know what he did wrong. I've not heard any allegations. The last written document we have about Dr. Fields is a good evaluation. That's the last document we have in our hands. So what we're about to investigate, I want to know what the board has in documentation to support this drastic move, because I'm not aware of any. For the record, this is a total surprise to me. So the board is not fully informed. I have no idea what this investigation is about. We definitely need to take time so the full board can be informed before we move forward on something of this magnitude that's gonna hurt the district and benefit. Why? To satisfy the board's need? This looks so narcissistic on our part. Away from the district's true needs, and I don't know why. So yes, I want a postponement, because I'm clueless what this is about, and I shouldn't be as a board member. So yes, postpone it, please.
Okay, Ms. Jones, you had pushed the button on postpone?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead. All right, just making sure which buttons got pushed for what. So if it's on the postpone, go ahead, you were next up.
Are we able to, in regards to, since he said he wants to speak about legal, are we able to adjourn into closed session to just do that legal question?
The question about whether or not to.
Y'all didn't want to go to closed.
Or what, which legal question?
Whatever
legal question.
Yes.
Yes, I know you guys talked to the lawyers extensively this week and gotten all those legal questions answered, so I'm not sure what else there was.
Well, that's why we had to go into closed session.
Well, yes, sir. You just spoke to the lawyer yesterday. So.
Well, that's why we
I didn't know
have to go into closed session.
when you speak with the lawyer. So, so yeah, I'm not sure. Again, we had the attorneys were all present at the first one. So, and a number of board members have already spoken with the council. So does that answer your question? Or no?
Yes, I was just, though, if legal counsel was available, because they said they would be available if we had questions during the meeting, why, if he's saying that's what he wants to postpone for, why we just don't go handle that business?
Because the motion failed to
Because
close.
the motion failed to go into closed session because we had already gotten all the legal advice.
Right, but now he's brought it up that that was the issue. To postpone.
Motion to reconsider.
Another motion.
Then that would be a motion to go back into closed session.
Okay.
I have something to say.
Go ahead, Ms. Canoyer.
I want to postpone this because I got no freaking clue what Miss Lee's talking about.
Okay.
Yep.
This meeting, I was never asked if I was available for this meeting. Only the 4 people who are the majority on this board who are working together to try to remove our superintendent were consulted about their availability. Ms. Stanford, Mr. Macias, and I were not. I had other plans today. But I care about this district, and I hope I've shown it through my actions and through the way I work with the community, with the superintendent, with the teachers, and with the staff. I am devoted to Judson ISD. I would not take on this thankless job if I did not care. This is a railroad job. This needs to be postponed until all of us know what these alleged allegations are. Because frankly, I don't believe it. This needs to be postponed. I cannot agree to an investigation of something that I've got no idea what it's about. Nobody bothered to reach out to me. Nobody bothered to talk to me. Nobody bothered to tell me that there were these issues. This is absolutely disgusting. And I am embarrassed for the district because of the 4 people who are trying to do this job. Ms. Jones, Ms. Lee, I talked to you as soon as I knew that you were listening to Ms. Ryan. I told you about my concerns with her. I told you about how I have dealt with her. I told you about how I came to see who she truly is. And I have tried to be extremely positive and professional up here on this board about her. I am no longer holding my tongue. This woman wants to run the district. She does. She wants to be the superintendent. She wants to be in charge. She has never once yet apologized for anything that she's ever done because she doesn't believe she's ever been wrong.
Never.
This is not the person who should be the leadership on this board.
Never.
I asked for your help to have that done and you ignored me, and here we are. This is on y'all. This is on y'all, and you should be embarrassed.
Ms. Ryan, I represent Dr. Fields, and I hope you understand the fight that's coming.
I believe you have something on the motion to postpone.
You gotta tell her what to say.
Audience, this is a government meeting, and it's very.
You know.
Right.
All the rules.
Where's Robert? Mrs. Lee has the floor. She's the next one who pushed the button. Go ahead, Mrs. Lee.
So the discussion is just for closing the session?
No, right now we're discussing. This is a motion to postpone.
To discuss with legal counsel.
In order to discuss with legal counsel at a later time.
And clarify to the rest of us what is going on.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. I'll take a minute.
We have no clue. We don't know what this is about.
Mrs. Stanford.
We can't move forward.
Mrs. Stanford, hold on. You do not have the floor.
We can't move forward.
All right. So I'm going to take just 1 minute on this topic. This is very disappointing that to hear mistruths come out of some board members up here because we have personally sat next to these board members when some of these concerns were brought up, and I am on emails that all 7 board members are on that we have all received. So to hear fellow board members just lie to the public at this point when we know via the emails that they have been in receipt of the same emails as 7 board members have, that's just super disappointing. That they can't just be truthful with the public and are pretending they don't know what this is about because, and it's part of government where you don't get to see what happens in closed session. So I guess they can go ahead and say they weren't at the closed session or it wasn't discussed at all. And unfortunately, that's just not truthful. And because there's not recording of those, I guess there are witnesses that were in there and there's attorneys that were in there. So there are witnesses, but we can resolve that dishonesty, I guess, on a future.
That's not true. Quit calling us liars.
Right.
Stop it.
Right. If we didn't get the emails, then I guess we'll take that up with the email system.
What's the investigation?
Excuse me. Can I just one more time, please, say one thing, please?
Yes, sir.
If you guys could just go into closed session, that way maybe it makes the other people feel more comfortable on what they're voting on. I feel that the board collectively should make a decision, move forward, investigate what you need to. But please, let's stop this. This is only a further embarrassment to the district, and it only affects the classrooms even more. So I just ask that you guys go into closed session, come to consensus, come out, and let's be professional about what we're doing. Please.
Amen. And just to clarify, going into closed session would only be under 071, which is just attorney consultation. It would not be any of the deliberations.
And I would want personnel as well.
Correct. So, sir,
7-1 and 7-4.
So yes, sir, 071 can be gone into any time. 074 cannot without a published agenda, so that would not be allowed. We can only go in under 071.
And that's why I'm asking again to postpone. So we talk to legal counsel.
The agenda was not created, ma'am. It was a continuation December 9th created by the superintendent.
Then why doesn't it have the same agenda items on it?
It does, ma'am.
No,
Okay.
it does not.
There's no closed session.
The agenda item we're on right now was on the notice.
No, ma'am.
Yes, it was.
Go back and look. It does not say those things that you have on this agenda.
And last agenda, we were closed as well, so it's not the same.
All right, what we have on the table right now is a motion to postpone. That is what is on the, postpone until.
Pending legal counsel.
They're pending, additional legal counsel consultation. So is there any other discussion on a motion to postpone? Go ahead, Ms. Jones.
Okay, then I would motion to amend that we go into closed session to do our legal consultation.
Okay, so I have a motion to amend Mr. Macias's motion to make it go back into closed session under 071. My understanding? Okay, so we have a motion to amend to go in under 071. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jones, a second by Ms. Potteet. And now we'll vote on the motion to amend, and then just, I want to clarify Robert's rules. So this is a motion to change what we're voting on, and then if this passes, then we would vote on if we go into closed session, on 071.
That is
Everybody
correct.
tracking, it's like a two-part thing, so we're gonna vote on a motion to amend, and then if that passes, then we'll vote again on whether to go into closed session on 071.
I would prefer, I can withdraw my motion so that Ms. Jones's motion is priority. I would like to go into closed session and come back out and then have the idea to make the same motion if I feel needed. But I'll pull mine, and that way we can vote on Ms. Jones's motion.
Okay, so we have a withdrawal of the motion from Mr. Macias, which would then make you the primary motion on the table, then now Ms. Jones. Instead of a motion to amend, we're back to a motion to go into closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551071, attorney consultation. Am I restating
Yes.
that correctly? Okay.
Yes.
And so you're still fine with that motion?
Yes.
And Ms. Potteet, are you still fine with your second? Okay, so we have a motion and a second, to go in and contact the attorney potentially. So, any questions or anything on that motion before we vote on that? Okay, seeing no motion, no questions, let me, hold on. All right, keep clicking. Okay, go ahead and cast your vote on that. Okay, motion passes 7-0, so hold on a second, I gotta read something.
Y'all be praying for us, okay?
Oh, we already are. We've been praying. We've been praying.
God's here.
Okay, hold on, I gotta read something. Okay, so the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation on agenda item 3A. We are now in closed session and the time is 2:03 p.m.
Dr. Fields, God's purpose will prevail, sir. You just stay fast. You stay fast, sir. We are in support of you.
They don't have authority to do this. They don't have evidence. So they didn't find them. They're going to replace the lawyers. What's going on? Look at the agenda. What's the next item? They're getting rid of the lawyers. The lawyers told them they can't do it.
Okay.
Yeah, they know they don't have to. It's kind of crazy, isn't it?
She said she can't, but you're not I'm Baptist too. Thank y'all for saying that. And then I let myself slip up and I know he's going. Close! And you gotta start over again. I'm just like, and then you're gonna put up there and cry. Oh yeah, tell me. My mom is so cute. She hasn't slept for weeks. Because I'm not gonna do this. I'm tired of being nice.
Thank you. Because I wanted to defer you. That's why it worked. Not because I'm a queen. I almost didn't come, and then one of my teachers was like, thanks for being the voice for us. I was like, I have to find a new job.
This, I looked at her, I said, I need to clean this because I already told her. I'm not going to cry. And she can't do that. That's what she's oh, that's nice. That's not, I call him jackwagon, and that's how I can get away with it. It's like yelling. My Jersey friend called me that.
I hope the cameras are like, like I was like,
so you're okay.
If you hold this for a second, or put it in your pocket.
Okay, all right.
This is real easy. You're going to look at me the whole time at the camera.
Look at you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And if you don't like your answer, you can do it again.
Oh, cool.
I'm going to have you stand right there.
Right here or over here? Right here. Right here is good? Okay. Oh, there she is. Dr. Johnson. Dr. Johnson. Stop talking. Oh, she's talking to the lawyer. Yes, thank you.
Well, I'll talk to you one at a time.
Cool. Okay. All right. Be sure my bro's not showing. All right.
Count to 10 for me, please.
Count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got it. Okay. You're next.
And like I said, you'll be looking right at me.
And I'll look at you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And the first question is probably the hardest one.
Okay. All right.
Your name?
My name is Dr. Charlinda Nance.
Can you spell that first name?
Yes, Charlinda. Nance is Nance.
My first question is, what is going on here today?
Very good question. That's the question that many stakeholders have. That's the question that the community has. There's been a lot of back and forth. There's been a lot of divisiveness, and all it is a distraction. We are in a $30+ million deficit, and the man at the helm to lead this has given the board repeated suggestions on cuts, and it seems that they're never good enough, and whatever happens, the board goes deliberates and they want more cuts. This cabinet has done everything the board has asked them to do, and it seems like whatever they know, and they keep kind of dangling in front of us saying that there's a potential investigation. Well, how do you unring that bell? They've come after this man's character. They've started attacking his family. They've come after the people that he's placed in positions to lead this district, and it's a distraction. We have some students right now that don't even want to play in a game today because they already knew what the board president and 4 board members had planned.
All the votes have been 4-3, so we got the 4 on one side, 3 on one. Why do they want to remove him?
That's a very good question, and I'd love the answer to that. And you know what I'd love even more is, where's the write-up? Show me what he's done wrong. Show me what's so egregious. Show me on paper the documented proof that he has failed this district. Show it to me. And then show me the improvement plan that they devised and placed him on. Okay, if he made such actions or did something that was wrong, what are they doing to help him lead this district and be better? Nothing.
They're in executive?
They're in closed session, yes.
Closed session. Do you think that's going to change the vote?
We'll see. I know that I have spoken to 3 board members this week, and of the 3, 1 is in the group of 4. And I do believe in her heart she feels like she's doing the right thing. But as I've told her, there are 3 sides to every story. His side, her side, and the truth. So you can't just believe one side of what you're being told without getting the entire picture. But I feel like whatever's happening could possibly be slander. Because once you put this out there, you can't unring that bell. How do you put the toothpaste back in the tube? And they've already put it out here that they want to relieve him of his duties for no reason whatsoever, until I guess they let us know what he's done. But nobody knows what this is about. It's a distraction. Let's focus on our rating, and let's focus on getting this deficit down, not a witch hunt.
One last question.
Sure.
Seems like a lot of people have said they are embarrassed for this district. Do you feel the same way, and why?
It's disappointing. It's disappointing. Literally, when I spoke, I greeted the board. I said, greeting to San Antonio, Texas. And we had made, everybody's watching what's happening today. It's a Saturday. Why are we having this meeting? Why is the sense of urgency? We've had people come in on a Saturday on their day off. They should be with family. But no, they are here because 4 of the 3 on the board planned this meeting, and here we are. Hope I did okay. I hope I looked okay. Did I say everything fine? All right, my mouth was getting dry.
That was my question. On a Saturday?
On a Saturday. And you know what? She had to have it posted and filed by 5 p.m. And she got
that is just before 5 p.m. Dr. Johnson is really going to start.
Hi, Paula Johnson.
Can I mic you up?
Yes.
First, slip this underneath your shirt, bring it to the top. Tell me when you get it to the top.
I'm at the top. I'm here.
Okay. Then you can, and just hold this for a second. And when we talk, you'll be looking right at me.
Okay.
If you don't like one of your answers, you can repeat it.
Okay.
Or just say it again. I'm going to stand over here. And like I said, you'll be looking right at me.
Okay.
And can you count to 10 for me real quick?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Okay,
5.
thank you.
Okay.
All right. So, like I said, the first question is always the hardest one. Your name?
My name is Dr. Paula Johnson.
Can you spell that first and last name?
PaulaJohnson.
And how are you related to the district?
I'm a parent, taxpayer, and employee of the district. I used to sit on cabinet. I joined the district in 2022 as the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer, and my title has changed 4 times in 4 years. I am currently the Student Engagement Executive Director.
But the main thing, you are a parent.
I'm a parent. Yes.
What do you think what's going on here today? I mean, your thoughts about it?
Very disconcerting. Extremely upsetting. Morale is very low. Already was low. And then to see this agenda item try to come back, and then the way it was done is just very disingenuous. It's very what we would call sneaky. And honestly, I don't know. We all want to know why. Why? He was just given a great evaluation. They approved an extension to his contract to take us to 2028 so that he could implement his full plan that he came in with when he took over after our last superintendent exited. And honestly, after sitting on cabinet for 3 years and now still being upper administration, I have not witnessed them allow him to do his job, nor the cabinet. And so we just want to know, like, why are you bringing this man of character, professionalism, compassion, who is a great leader of this district? You've heard all the people speak today. Not one spoke against him. Even when people don't like him or don't agree with something that he's done, they support him. So we want to know why. Why would you bring such a tremendously chaotic situation to a district already shaky for so many different reasons at this time of the year? We still don't have a CFO. Our students still need support. We still need to support our teachers and our staff, and our families need to feel secure. If we're already losing students, what are we doing? We are not trying to mend fences. We seem to be trying to go scorched earth.
If you can answer this, fine. If you can't, I understand. But why do you think these 4 on the board want to get rid of him? Why do you think?
Personally, I feel like there is an extremely personal agenda. There are a lot of different rumors and gossip mongers on Facebook, but some of that stems from our board president's post herself, that there is a personal vendetta against Dr. Fields for some reason. You can't get him academically, professionally. He holds the correct certificates. He has the experience. He has the connection to the district. I don't know that anyone cares more about Judson ISD than Dr. Fields does. And so why would you want to separate such a tremendous leader from a district in need of support? So the 4, I believe, during the vote, when I was still sitting on cabinet, came on at the same time, mostly at the same time. And at that time, there were endorsements for some and not for others, and you can see the 4-3. We've always had board members. I've lived in the district for 20 years. There's always been board members who may not get along or may seem like the wild card, but never have I seen such a strong adhesion. I mean, they've been called the 4 horsemen. I'm just going to say it because that's what it's been called. In fact, the first night of the installation, the first move, the first motion was from Ms. Poteet for a reorganization of the board to put Ms. Ryan in as board president. And it was a 4-3 split from the beginning.
Like all the
So,
votes today.
like all the votes today. And again, I mean, I've been in, this is my 31st year in education. I've never seen anything like this.
One last thing. What's the best outcome that you feel should happen today?
What I think should happen today is that they put this to bed and never bring it up again, and let this man and his cabinet do their job and not try to micromanage, not keep them so busy. You should do a PIA on how many requests are made by the board. I don't even know if that's possible, but how much they keep them moving in a different direction, it seems, than what should be addressing the needs of our students. It didn't impact me the same way because of the role that I carry in the district, but support the leadership team that is in place. Trust, as someone mentioned, all the doctors that are sitting across this dais, they know what they're doing. Give them the means and support that they need to make Judson what it used to be. Because I believe that we have the capacity to do that, but not with the board trying to run the districts. Like, you can be, like, stay on the sidelines, let the coaches play. That's what they're supposed to be doing.
I lied one more.
Yes.
It's like everybody who went up there to talk. This is a good man.
He's a great man.
Why?
So he has exuded the characteristics that make him a great man today. In all of this, through the supporters or what feel like the naysayers, he'll never let you see him sweat. He is cool under pressure. He is thinking 10 steps ahead, and he is able to keep composure even when he is under physical and spiritual attack. But he will never go off the rails. He knows that he used to, like when he was a principal, we talk about kicking over trash cans, but he knows how to command performance from people. And that's what we need, and he knows how to do that. But he will always do it with composure, compassion, and care for this community. I can't say anything more about him. He's a great man.
Thank you for your time.
You're
Appreciate
welcome. Thank you for being here. They're back already. I can't believe it.
The time is now 2:27 p.m. The board will now reconvene in open session. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. Okay, we have finished our attorney consultation.
And I'd like to restate my motion.
Oh.
I move that we go and we postpone this until we can talk to the legal counsel.
Okay, because we did the motion that we did before, so we went back into 071, so now we're back to the original motion.
And in part because our conversation was limited with legal counsel. It needs to be more extensive. So I still want a more extensive conversation with legal counsel.
Okay, so can you
My
repeat
motion's the
your
same.
motion for me?
I move that we postpone this decision or this meeting until we have a discussion with legal counsel.
I'm sorry, legal counsel?
074, we only discussed one angle of it, and I want to be able to discuss the whole thing, which means the personnel side. We discussed only the legal side, so I want to be able to move in to discuss it more in depth.
So can I amend that?
Yeah,
Do I have to say
hold on a
that?
second. Let me get a motion and a second, and then Laura. So I have a motion by Mr. Macias. Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Second by Ms. Canoyer. Okay, and then Ms. Shepherd, you'd like to motion to amend?
Yeah, I'd like to amend the motion to at least give this one more shot and go back into close under 071 and 074 to expand our ability to converse right now.
Okay, so Lauren has a motion to amend the original motion, which I think that's what Mr. Macias intended. Can y'all work that out? I think.
I would say, Ms. Stanford, I could agree with it, but we really need to have counsel in person. There's been some questions about what was stated in the last session with Craig and Hannah. We need to have them all there to reiterate what was stated so that we're clear and that we're not going back.
Okay, so his motion to do this another day. Your motion to amend would be to go back in and do it right now. You're saying go back in on 071 and 074 right now?
Give it a shot, see how, if we can make any progress, and then if not, then agree to postpone. I'm willing to give it a shot.
So I have a motion to amend Mr. Macias's motion. Do I have a second on Ms. Stanford's motion, which would change the motion to what her motion is? Okay, I do not see a second on hers.
I will second hers.
Okay, I have a second from Ms. Jones on that one. So now we'll vote on whether to change the motion to go back into the motion that we would vote on next would be to go into closed session under 071 and 074. Did I repeat that correctly? Okay.
That's what we're voting on now.
Correct. All right. Discussion of the amendment. I guess my only comment is we have literally 074 this and all the emails and everything. So again, additional discussion, especially after what just happened back there, is not going to be productive for anybody at this point. Everybody knows the situation. So, all right. So any other discussion before we vote?
I want to clarify that we are voting on the amendment and not the actual motion. So there will be another vote after this for the new board members who don't understand how that works.
Thank you for that comment. All right, so.
Following your lead, ma'am.
If there's no further discussion, go ahead and cast your vote on amending Mr. Macias' motion. Okay, so that motion passes 4-3. So now we're with Ms. Stanford's motion, which is to, let me try and state your motion. You want to state it? You go ahead.
I thought that's what
No, we were voting on
To
Ms.
go back
Stanford's
into,
motion.
Ms. Stanford's motion was to go into closed session right now under Texas Government Code 551 071 and 074. 74,
to
right?
expand the conversation. So I thought that's what we just voted on.
Correct, correct. I just want to make sure everybody knew what we were voting on now. So we had the motion from Ms. Stanford, and that was originally seconded by Ms. Jones, right?
And obviously, I'll leave on the table the postponement, but we can go into close right now and come back and then start with the postponement. I mean, withdraw it based on our conversation. But I still think having a face-to-face discussion with all parties involved, legal counsel, would be helpful than over cell phone. It's limited, it's harder, and we don't have the other two lawyers that were involved in our closed session previous meeting. So I'm okay with always having a conversation. But it looks like the motion passed, so we can go back to the closed session to have the broader.
No,
discussion.
the motion to amend passed, and now we have to vote on her motion. So.
Which
all right.
was the amendment.
No.
We voted and she said.
No, sir.
071, 074. It wasn't to say can we amend.
That was the, we
So
voted
it was
to
a
approve
motion
the
to
amendment, and now
amend.
we have to
Correct.
vote on her motion.
Yes, thank you. That was a motion to amend. We just voted on. Now, the motion that is on the table at the moment is to go back into 551, 071, and 074 and have a full discussion of this right now.
Okay, you're adding a whole different motion.
Correct, sir. Mr. Canoyer,
That's fine.
confirm. Okay, so, again, we've already done the 071 and 074
over 2.5 hours on December 9th. So, more productive discussion. I'm not sure how productive it was. All right, we will. There's no more discussion. We're going to go vote on that. Okay, that motion passes 4-3. So hold on, I'm getting my paper back out again. So pursuant to Texas, the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Texas Government Code Section 551071, attorney consultation, and Texas Government Code Section 551074, personnel matters. The time is now 2:33 p.m. and we are in closed session.
I wasn't sure if that was you or not. Better. I get 30 people all the time. I still read all. But I normally get like deadlines or something like that. That's like a time. Yeah, they call me down there because yeah, but you know, they do it all the time. Yeah. So, I'm an elected official. You can get bring your podcast in. Normally they are first time.
I'm not in the city either. I'm not in the city either. Thank God, or I pay more than Are you that person on Facebook that I'm like, we're all barely on yeah, because I now I need sound bites. I donated to your campaign.
with a black avatar. Shanice White is not black. Shanice White is Sarah.
Oh my God.
I am?
Okay.
Facts. Facts. Shanice White is not black. Shanice White is not.
I'm gonna fight with you.
Yeah,
But that's friend Sarah.
I ain't gonna fight
for
with you.
sure.
That is over that Facebook page.
Yeah, no.
Acting like she's a black
My
woman.
husband has to take off sometimes.
I expose you.
This is honestly. Here's the deal. I live 24 more times. I'm 5 or 6 times. I don't know if I can see it. In the same place, we're not in the I find there's no point in doing that. Somebody believes that they can believe they're going to believe it. Thank you. Not Dustin. They know everything. There's something about like, I know. Aren't you lying? They're gonna do. They did. Yeah, on what's that? Yeah. How would you guys really like to win for Facebook?
She needs layers and she needs a round cut, not a thin one.
I only know there's two sessions.
They are. They are.
Like in the last few years, the church will no longer.
You can use mine right there.
So that they're typically petitions.
I get nervous. I read it so cycling.
This is new law that's used to like promote.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes we should
Like child care, early education centers in Texas.
Thanks a lot, Haley.
But yeah, but I only know this because very recently. Yeah, in the next few years, they're going to start subsidizing those programs and just offer people like the students who are eligible for free.
Literally, anytime she's like,
oh yeah, it's not up to date though.
America's nation now.
Yeah, but again, the same subsidies students who qualify. So it's like very limited. But it's not up to date though, because they haven't talked to like providers. They're like, yeah, like basically we're not on this yet. I don't know that they'd have any reason why to be. So I'll probably need to check with the comptroller.
I tell you, bring it to some. There is a
also like seeing where they are on the map. It was nice meeting you. She
I'm just telling she's doing a really good job. And like just kind of funny.
at the like I think he's got where I was. Yeah,
the lady behind us.
Myself all doing the best I could. It was for something benign, like your salary. You can hear very loud. And then after that, I never heard it again. But this is very exciting. I love seeing people covering education. And so this is very yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah. It's about the thing.
It still would have been 3-3.
I hated it for college or something. Because you care about the kids. That's what I meant. I didn't like her as an actual personally. Yeah. I'll text you and be like, or no, it's a different guy. There was a Dr. Bowler, yeah, sir. Was she? Never mind, wrong. The next time, I was going to say, they're uniform. There was she yelled at Haley all the time. Yes. Wearing PJ pants. Yes. But she lets every other person wear them. She would always stop Haley and send Haley back and say, exactly, but nobody else. PJ pants. No one else. And so what are rules? Don't wear PJ pants. But I am scared. I do not follow. Yeah, tell her. Tell her. I know, I screwed. I didn't know we were coming. I didn't know either. I didn't know. We dropped her off. She drove. I was driving. Yeah. Oh yeah, that is true.
She said two.
I told her to take one. It is growing out. Her hair's so fried. I asked for 1 inch. She gave me 3. She wasn't going for them. I know she showed me. Haley the sign shape thing. I have that guy like we used to do the shape in the back head thing with the hair up. I thought cutting my hair wouldn't mean I would have to clean it. I'm now knowing from this pixie cut that I did have. But it's frizzy all the time. Yeah. Well, it's only frizzy because of like I bought him a harness for Christmas. Shirley Temple type.
They're on our verge.
I don't have anything in my wallet except for needles. Digital hangers and like
Walking around the side.
I got to smoke. I'm just kidding. After my weight, they came right back. I know, right? If we go outside, they'll come back. I don't know. What? That's weird.
Retired master sergeant. And they never got there.
Ooh, I know, right? Yeah. Who? Oh no. For sure you don't want them. Anybody else? Rude to just sit here and eat, right? I know. Thank you for that.
They took the escape money, drove it, because you can't shred it. Destroy shred it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 15% of the electricity in the Pentagon comes from the Army and the Bureau of Printing and Printing. And these guys, but these are guys, this office, these guys are standing. It's got the TV this big. They take one part of it, they go to Switzerland, look at $1 million cash. No questions answered.
you have to make a decision. You're just trusting me.
Which one are you with?
Huh?
New stuff, right?
I'm with the Trustees.
I don't know. Who are the cameras do we know?
That's
Right. Lovely.
So we need to give you a life protection. You can beat your I beat it. I'm not on the list for that either. That's something that should be you know what I mean?
Okay. I can't just summon up here.
He was 15 years old in 1957. The judge said I could sign
I'm reduced for in Fox Street. They got it all.
Something on.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to make sure.
Well, I think with computer there was 43 votes. After Miss Green talked, and she said to get rid of it. But I think that's what but I already well, and my understanding right now, they're talking about the
doctor has texted
the vote or to change it. They can talk to the lawyer.
They're talking about the investigation.
Yeah, they're talking about
Yeah, that's what I've been. That's what I've been hearing. As far as the only district that comes close, maybe it's even South End. South End is, yeah, that's a handful right there. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, man. You bet.
That's pretty cool. 22, 23 minutes. I missed it. Didn't notice it.
Well, they're like pretzel bits. They're not like pretzels. There's no fun.
Thomas.
That's terrible. I'd have been thinking the same thing. You've been like, can y'all reach me in a couple hours?
Why don't you close it? Okay, New Orleans School District, where they've got these walls, where they have these chain link fences, we're talking double band chain link fences, 20 feet plus around the high schools.
Yeah, I will say
the school in downtown New Orleans. How's their pre-K? Okay, that's what their schools look like. You know what schools look like, prisons?
Yeah, anytime. Actually, if you want, I've got more stacks.
What are you doing on there?
I've got like one or two of these.
So we didn't have deadlines in Mississippi.
And I've got like kid stuff, kid stacks. I'm a jack pusher.
Never read a thing to them or even do something and don't think
Oh, because then it looks like we're bribing. Write something good. Here's some fruit snacks. Exactly.
Every night.
I just shoved the whole thing in my bag. I'm like, yeah, well, this might come in handy today.
Yeah. But thanks for the heads up. So
Because what happens is everybody fluids in my house first before I ever get it. So I'm like, if I buy those, they don't like those, and I like those just about as much. So I'm like, there's nothing. I've got raccoons in my house. It's men. They're like raccoon that stuff out.
all our dyslexia specialists there.
Is there? Oh, yeah. So that's, got my compression.
But your child ain't going to 4th grade until they can read. Because for the first 5 years, you learn to read. The rest of your time, you need to learn.
I got some Christmas socks that say I like them real thick and sprucey. The ones that say live, laugh, and on.
But it's going to tie you down. You're going to act out. And then we're going to have all these diagnoses.
Oh my God, that's great.
If you set the bar 85% of your
Oh my God, that's amazing.
If you set the bar here, 85% of your you set it here, 85%. But the bar doesn't his job is to get the bar up to the path that 85%.
Yeah. And then there's like, nice. Thank you. I got my nephew a little tiny one. I was like, and it's like, I also got him a freaking goat. So great. He first said he was like, it's so funny. Huh?
They should follow the spin. The same rules.
And my nephew, this is ever going to end. It should be fun. He's got it. We totally are spending.
Yes, they are. We don't spend money on services on them.
Oh my God. So it was listening, and I was sitting everybody in the board, and now it's usually y'all, and there's and it's the parents' voice, and he's like, not as funny if I say it, but it's funny when you say it. And I spam like, I just spam on my Facebook chat. So they're like, why? And so I go to teach, and I said, let me shot it on my side on her phone, and I'll send her a message, and she goes, what'd you send me? And I said, oh, you know, it's a video of the kids. And it's like, sister, it's just like,
You live in the same world I do.
One test is a game of reading test.
Yes, it's all
now my kids are we're all reading art what's in the back, and it was like up for a whole year. And what? Some of the news about what? In what context? There's so many not making up my change. I know.
I wish they had an artist every.
That's scary. I don't like scary movies, so I don't know what his name is. Freddie? Maybe? Jason? Jason. Yeah, Jason. Does anyone have an iPhone charger? Does anyone have a SIM charger? It looks heavy. I'm like, I need to go. Michael Myers. It's Michael Myers. Here we go. I'm out of
I've been looking at that. I was like, that one was actually really good.
Yeah.
Some of them are really good.
One of the easiest ones doesn't have yes,
And the art one with the hand in the apple.
I gotta find a charger for Monica. Yeah. She said I need a charger.
And then some of them are really good.
Yes. And you have to like stare at it. I had all three of them one time. I never. And I would.
got one of this algorithms that I took.
It looks like Pixar. I don't know the rainbow. This guy? Yeah, the guy. That one's the one right there. The person? Yeah, by the skylight.
Star retreads and testing. Oh, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. She's so judgy. The sunflower farm with the person. Yeah, that's cute. I like the sandwich. Where? Right there. Oh, yeah, that was cute. These pictures have been on there for a while. Yeah, girl, I didn't know about those. I had a good one. You saw pictures aren't so long. And you were in there, art thing, the candle, the lady next to the candle. Very pretty. Is that supposed to be Mr. Potato? Yeah. Very.
Oh yeah, I heard you. That kind of makes me. Now I feel better.
Stats, at least if you understand stats, you know what averages, you know what means, you know what
That's what you keep back.
If you can learn stats, you can't read stats. Suspicious. You, oh, really? Everybody knows that. No, it's a chart. Oh, I noticed.
That's the last time I was in your very first talk.
Yes.
I trust the
Do you have a sample? Yes. Do you have at least 30 samples? Because if you can't do that, it's
I know, but you should. That's why I thought it
and 30 is for 300. 1,000 years.
This isn't representative.
Data driven. It's like, don't make it up.
You guys are pretty unique.
Oh, for her, she was a they have
my midterm exam, I was supposed to be a teacher for expectations. My conversation has been, look,
So you've been working on it, Kaplan?
Huh?
You've been working on this stuff?
I was going to bring my girl. It's just
I finally knew this was going to happen. I'd be doing the same thing. Oh, your notebook's bigger than my notebook.
Well, I did that little video. And then when we got to the page, it didn't fit. So I had to go dig through all the stuff to find out what the funny thing is this is how I started for some Intel training. I was like, well, this is what they're doing. And then I kept coming.
I got a call from our principal in Columbia. The George, Sean George. He's a good guy. But the alternate for the growth and planning committee has not been to any of them. And he says, since I've been to all of them, would I want to get on the committee? I said, sure. So they added me to the, I'm going to be a voting member now of the growth and planning.
Yeah, it's
Monday, yeah.
I'm going to go live. I said, is it okay if I come? I said, I just need to listen. I've got some notes I need. I'm going to type up my notes. But thank you so much.
I wasn't real happy at that last fiscal or finance thing because they kind of did the same thing that they did the growth and planning meeting. People left and then they added more stuff to it.
Well, that you sent me helped a lot. Only something the person on our finance committee could vote. You were one. I'm an alternate. So 7 districts, 7 dots, right? Well, like there was
More votes than
just a couple, not all of them, just a couple.
Yeah, that's not right.
And I'm like, okay, so I'm voted twice or something. But overall, I think it's okay. I just need to go back to that capital page that we got when the meeting
revision?
started. Yeah. And because I had questions on my topic for those very categories, and then they came up and added those others on the side. I'm like, what are we fine?
Yeah. I wish they would give us a personnel flow chart, you know, so you could look at all the schools and how they flow out, you know, how they're staffed. And I think that would help a lot because, you know, just say you're going to get rid of these positions, it's kind of like, well, you know, it might not hurt Olympia, but it might tear up Frost. You know, it depends on where they're coming from. Yeah, they need more information, but then again, maybe too much information is not good either because you know it's hard to look at this stuff.
Like, so the parents are like, can the dad, they ask me to help now, like, you guys are cool, why wouldn't I be cool? I'm just like the auntie. I steal chips from things to show the all. And it gives it to her. Like I do, I take her kids.
I went to Selena's. Oh, Selma. I don't want to get rid of the Spanish immersion thing. That draws. And I know it's grandfather. I don't think it should be grandfather. I think it should be a permanent thing because it draws me. Well, then the same thing with Jecca. Come on, you know, Jecca's the same thing. Jecca draws, and it's a good thing, and it helps.
That's more powerful for those kids to come out with 2 programs.
Yeah, but it's a cost.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know enough about the money involved. It's not cut and dry.
I debated it.
Oh, can they hear me?
And I was like, I am not 5'5.5".
Am I on camera?
No, you are not.
Yes, you are.
Oh.
Yeah, I just
Better
got a
quit
text
talking.
right now saying we're alive. From Laura.
Got what?
I'm talking to you later.
You're giving a speech.
They can hear me?
Who told you that?
Oh, yeah.
Somebody told me it must be on Facebook. I'm guessing.
Oh my God. I have all this. Oh my God.
Yes, I was just like,
Okay.
and then I told her I thought,
Yeah.
On this one.
You're right. So now you're gonna blame me. Now you're gonna blame me. Do you want me to read this screenshot and send it to you so you can read it?
I'd like to say hi to Jennifer Sternberg, who's listening.
They're making that a thing now.
It'll be about 30 seconds.
Here comes the tail.
Oh, yeah.
She said she has a flip phone. She said, do you have that kind of charger? I'm like, what do you got? I only have a C to C. No, this is this, right? No. Show me what you got. Do you have it in your purse? Yeah. Okay, you gotta go solve this. I may have one in my car for my kids. We gotta go out there. Or I gotta go out there.
What gets percolated up is they have these
What? Oh, yeah.
Consistency. The problem is consistency is just not easy. Our district, we're going to have different precedents, different philosophies, different. So we can draw a line in third grade. We can draw a line in third grade. I don't want so much, by the way, of math concepts in third grade, or science for that matter, unless it's in service of reading. Everything needs to be about reading, because reading is everything. Games, tasks, tossed, whatever that was.
Probably not. Plus, whenever you need to survive, you know, the problem with in these, you don't want to read it.
That's why I'm here, yeah.
Saturday.
What if I told you something? Just letting folks at home know, two board members appeared briefly in the back of the boardroom and have gone away. We'll keep you informed as things develop. We're actually getting reports that we are coming through one, if not both of the mics, whoever is shooting for the district for the YouTube feed. Most strange.
It's on one of the stations, TV stations.
Well, it could be. It could be that people are watching on one of the TV stations. Miss Sternberg, could you tell me what platforms we're viewing?
What website?
It's
Yes, we're seeing. You can hear this? Okay, which on YouTube? Okay, so you can hear my voice because it's a loud and very distinct voice. Thanks for the warning. I appreciate it. Well, I'm not going to tell the operators to cut their cameras. Yes. No, thank you. No, I am. Well, I'm out in public. I'm never going to say anything untoward that reflects poorly upon my district. Thank you. Yes, they can. It is the nature of the live stream. All they do is they put up a holding screen that says closed session. And it looks like some more of the trustees are returning. Yep.
And legal will not. So it's our KABAB viewers who are getting the feed. Yes.
Can you take it off, please? Can you just take it off? Remember that thing? I got stuck in my car, just going back. Because when they text out anyway, just take it off. That's
And that's so funny. And you get caught. Yeah. Whoa. I don't know, but do you know where these feet have been? Found out a lot of things about you today. All right, good. Yeah, I didn't get that. Oh yeah, good.
No, I found a cord, but not a plug-in.
Where I thought maybe that new one still works. That's much better. Are you their contractor? Like at GSMO? GSMO? When I was a contractor, they moved our thing when they closed the training we were doing in Randolph. They moved it over to fifth floor. I was going to go there before they went. They were going to make more than 12. And I thought that was pretty good. But then the guys that did go, that was 15 years ago. One of them is still there, and he's still at GSMO. So it's like, that's a... You get like a stipend. So what and what? I do have my issue. I've got a cat, right? That works. Yeah, that I might find out who I got to call with. Same thing with my wife. But that she's independent. Wow, that's good to know. The other thing I need to do is get a hold of VA so I can hear it. That's great. I know. It's like when I sneeze, I keep. It takes a while for this.
My dear friend.
They were done about what year ago? She had hers done. No, yeah, she did her follow-up. That makes it come to me. I know somebody is out the mountain. Ophthalmology here. Play back and see how it was.
I made sure the Tamiflu got delivered to the house with the seed. So as long as Tamiflu got delivered, we're good. I like it. I've had chickpeas. They were very good.
Did she?
I'm sorry to get the text you back, but end of my week.
Hey, it's been a crazy week. Yes, we did that. I just don't have something to say. No, I just saw you typing away. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well. Nice to meet you. So I guess hopefully we'll have some answers here soon.
I hope. My computer's about to die.
I bet. You probably have a copy deadline, right? Or something? Or...
Oh, we already put the copy deadline.
So, gotcha.
But we'll get it online as soon as possible.
Yeah.
How's your weekend so far? Well, I guess you spent most of it here.
Well, see, okay. Funny story is, I'm an optometrist, but I optometrist. So our president was like, hey, you got to do your convocation or not, you're in trouble. So I had to go sign it. Wait until the next meeting. And then I just know the police is somewhere behind me because I think they did maybe 80 miles already. I mean, but there's no proof of that. I'm just saying somebody in a car that looks like me may have been going 85 miles per hour to make it, and I literally made it like one person ahead that was talking and I got a chance to speak. So It's been a busy week, and then the flu is hitting the house. So everybody needs to be washing their hands. The flu is rampant right now. So I've got one on Tamiflu and the other one is starting to act a little funny. So I'm like, let me start loading up on vitamin C now. So that's just my shameless plug. Flu is out there. There, no, especially with all this going on all over the world. I know y'all stay busy. And you went to, where'd you go to high school?
Taft.
Taft. Because I did look up. I remember you did go somewhere. Well, we'll see what happens. It's been a very emotional process. Very emotional. Hopefully, there'll be some positive. That's whatever it may be. Nice, actually putting a face with the name. Same here, friend. Why just in my mouth. There you go.
I was getting hot when everybody was in. Yes, I know. I found our shirt.
We're talking about dinner. Dinner. We don't know if we're going to dinner here. Orange chicken. Do you make orange chicken? Orange. No, we're in deficit, so no. Can't afford it. Can't afford it, no. But I do have pistachio nuts in my car. That's true. We could all eat a nugget. We could get a 20 count and divide it by 4, and each of us could eat a nugget. Are we wanting?
Right? Little Caesars even at this point. Oh.
I brought you can have it.
No. Questionable choice number one. I wanna. It's kind of hysterical, right? Except when you get off the floor, it's gone on me. It was not even worth it. I dropped it. I just felt bad. I had to pick it up and throw it away and hold it. I was like, stupid. Does that, right? I bet I did that too. I'm sure then sit there. Oh, wait, no, you're okay. Huh? But I'm invested in my, you're invested in my hypothetical.
It's true.
Well, I did it too, though. Yeah, I was doing it.
That thing was spitting to like one kid and very pushy.
You should have taken it when we went to the cavern. All the kids and they get snacks up in the cavern. My kids were just fine. We had a good old time. And then they couldn't get a hold of me. I'm like, no, I was young. First phones weren't working. I would have been able to do it. I had Pierce's kids. When she saw me, I was like, what? They had a what? Yeah. Don't want to prepare to again.
Yeah. They were.
still gonna talk.
It's the same. You need to call HR. If you go to where it's best, just tell them you're with Judson. I think so. They said Judson has one of the best. Like you have the progressive, the transitions. You have to watch whoever the medical. I don't know. It used to be more nice. I don't know. I do. Okay. She used to be a teacher at Judson. She retired. I said to me, I had to talk about it.
wasn't bad when she was doing that. Like she was out there like, I'm y'all's representative. Here's my phone number if you ever want to talk. And I'm like, it was, yeah, her words were slurring and all that. But that one part of it, it's not science. Like they didn't want to let it. We thought it was something like seriously. Yeah. $50 or $100 or something on her card. Were y'all getting food or something? And you were buying her food or something. Yeah. Well, they may not be able to sell it if it's a little bit. I got that.
It was good, yeah.
when I was like 20. Let's see what pops up. This is my friend Noble that I was just talking about.
Oh my God.
I think I'm in my lesbian hair there. Hello, Case. I haven't known for years. I think I showed you.
Oh, you did show me.
He's so funny. Anyways.
Oh, you're so much. Yes, they are. Okay. Appreciate it.
I'm totally gonna drop more food. I'm here for act number 2. I'm just kidding. What can I do to entertain the masses? so they won't. Can you do? No, I'm just kidding. I can't dance. I should not either. I know. The first step is acknowledging to thine own self be true. Hey, reporter, are you from this area?
I'm from
What's this area? I'm at like San Antonio.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We get so many people that are like, I'm just curious where people are from. Like, not, it's fine. I'm just curious. You know, my mother moved down to Texas from like Indiana. My dad was originally from Perth. So I'm like, how are you? You're hysterical.
Yes.
Filming? Okay.
That's our
Correct.
None of them are.
Correct.
But
I think that you So what also like my brother and sister both in Austin. If I wanted to go to work as a real estate broker in Austin, I could totally have blue hair and tattoos and fun things without or alienation of my more conservative clients that I might get here. Like it's a really different vibe in San Antonio, and it's not. It's just what it is. And I tend to find that most people in San Antonio are a lot more middle of the road than they do tend to swing on. I mean, there's some extremists out there, don't get me wrong. But like, I find that most people, even if you broach politics, we're like, I think we can all agree on a few things. Like, I might want the right to protect myself, but not with an ARA thing. Except you're like, I'm not agreeing. Or, but you know what I mean? Like, but we should have better gun laws that protect people and protect children, and that we should have protection, you know, it should be harder to get a gun license than it should to, you know, open up a food truck. It is, you can go, what my goals? Huh? That's okay. I agree that there should be, you could do more things with better regulations. That's
Thank you for bringing our.
the what? Our country and not things like that. We need them in school. I agree with that too. Yeah, this is so true. Well, no, I mean, and obviously, so my cousin was, I have two cousins, and one of them was paranoid schizophrenic, right? Crazy. Like, always. She had to be on meds. My uncle paid $500 a month for her to take her meds every week. Social services and resources out in Oregon where his son lives. So they moved out there where most of her care can be there and work in every place for her. And it's like, mentally ill because a lot of them
I pay $1,000 for that too.
crazy stuff. She can help with a lot more. When they talk about putting school counselors, I'm like, no, I really don't want to. Those are the heartbeat of where we can try and intercede. Yeah.
I already went. The sun shines. No, it's not
Like crazy stuff.
I just don't feel like I have to be
And there's a fine line between dramatic or being serious.
Yes,
Who knows?
that's
We'd
why I was-
rather assume the worst, but you need resources for that. But again, like, I think most people aren't. I think the problem is I don't think everyone's that far apart in common sense beliefs. And And I also think that, like, we all lived in smaller communities, you see a completely different situation. If we had to communicate in like the bigger stuff, I mean, like, some people would be part of like
Because I was fine.
Yes, I want to know my neighbors. Yes, I know my neighbors, luckily, but I'm extra. And there's one of them that's real quiet at the end of the street, and you're like, okay, you want hands off? You give me hands off? Yeah, she'll tell you. I love those kind of neighbors where I'm like, tell me the deets. I recently lost my good neighbor who moved off to Tennessee to be near a grandkid. He was like, you know what's going on in our neighborhood? Huh? He was always outside of my, like, he was always mowing his yard, doing something right next door. Mowing his acre, and I'm like, but Tony knew everything. And then he, like, right before he left, he told me everything, too. It's kind of like, oh, I believe this. Like, he's like, I know her worthless POS son. And I'm like, whoa, the truth comes out. Like, what do you think of me and my own county garbage?
What neighbor did you get?
I got a new neighbor, and I actually like them. Their daughter goes to Cibolo, the new middle school out there, who's 11, and it's like a blended, not blended, but I think it's like a second marriage with his daughter. They're really nice. They got a couple of golden retrievers and 10 cars or something. No, he's got a lot of older, like classic cars. He's got a couple classic vehicles, yeah. So, although I heard one the other night, I was like, it took me a minute to realize what was going on. I was like, there's something, my air conditioner making a weird noise, you know? You're like, well, it's right outside the house. So I peek out, I was like, okay, that's what it is. So, no, it's cool. I don't know. And I just think San Antonio is a lot different than like Austin is. Yeah. And I think so what do you unique to that? I feel like if we were in smaller communities, you wouldn't have like that much. Anyways, when I got to we used to go out and help with this church, a teen church retreat with a Blanco group of people, and then there were women who would play guitar for us. They were like the least, like the country people will like bluntly tell you things like the one who goes, oh man, I know why you know me sometimes. You remind me of my sister. I'm like, boy, that felt like a backhanded slight, but I appreciated the honesty. I was like, I love it. You just told me in my face I kind of know you, and I love that about you. I'm like, and I'm like your sister, and you love your sister. So now I feel like you finally know to still love me, and you did that well. Kudos, but that's a different. We got so much events, you know. Yeah, what? Except you're like, I'm a that's how she can take it. Who would ever say that to someone? This is gonna go on forever, y'all. It's like waiting for Godot forever. Yeah. Yes. I don't know.
I just need a number.
They're going to do some investigating. Wait till they did that. I'm a girl who eats crackers on the floor.
No, we wouldn't. It wasn't in a good. It wasn't in good shape. No. You wouldn't have wanted it.
See if that thing's out.
share
She got a bump. Excuse me. We're talking about the kids. Over here. Yeah, I need to get some. Thank you.
Mizzou. Are you really?
Nice.
Where are you from?
My mom now lives in Kansas City, but I grew up by
No, I'm from San
So you're from San Antonio?
I really liked it. I'm tired of it. Just because, and I even felt like a small town. And I think to a degree it does, when you live in a small city.
That's what.
But I liked it. I mean, I during Did you go to Mizzou too?
No, I didn't go to Mizzou. I went to Mizzou school. And then I got my bachelor's, almost got my master's at UTEP Tyler. So what are your?
I think.
Really?
Yeah, I always got to do internship at Trustees, which is a lot of fun. And then I was interested to do first time job is great. It's and then I always wanted to do last job I had, which I loved. You spend a lot of time there. It's very similar stuff.
Yes.
Maybe expression. So yeah,
Monica apparently went to the bathroom and told people out there to get their sleeping bags there and be no allowed. She could have just been. Until they do sue us. Something like that. Sarah,
So, do you get
probably not nearly enough.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
You know what, especially with the teachers, came pretty well.
Good.
Yeah, okay.
And like the way I just like, I mean, nobody goes to school. That's when you go in college.
Yeah.
Which, you know, for some institutions, really doesn't. Not the college. Like the way I see it, like, you see my home.
True.
Yeah, so I guess they have the same on the kind of job I really like. And
Because y'all want to raise
Are you really interested?
I wasn't in Albuquerque near the other schools. I follow up. There's obvious solutions. It's all about well, it all
Yes.
It is 4:49.
A lot of people don't know.
and there's not a your city
Do you have kids? Okay. If you have kids,
I think what you're going to like my parents raised us. You know, kind of a single person.
Yeah.
My brother and I get great. If I left her house, maybe I could afford private school. I guess not that. Yes, it is not that. I don't know, but I think I would do. I think.
no way.
I'm like right.
Oh, okay.
And then my parents are the ones who
I didn't want to use that word.
no.
It brings on.
But it is cool.
Yeah, it is true. Are you working in that area?
It's really
Correct. I was about to say, they have a
Okay.
different
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
What I really was thinking is connections over to the area. But that's her personal, not liking to drive an hour to see my home. But playing baseball. Also, I wish we could get better baseball here. I've been around since the live, the Alamo Downs, they will come, we're gonna raise the taxes and we'll get an NFL team. And you're like, yeah, how's that NFL team? How's that going? We've got a football stadium with no football team for how long?
we get the UTS in Logan.
That's right. So there's wrong to play in there.
I'm not sure.
I'm gonna narrate this whole narrate. I'm gonna pop my head in, and they won't see anything. They'll just see my head. I'm gonna move around. After a very long. Exactly. Really throw something else.
Our friend is
like basketball.
Cheers over here.
It's like, that's great.
It's cold there, but. Yeah, you should.
$39,000 in taxes to Judson ISD. Okay, I'm done.
I used to do house a long time ago.
Oh.
Where's that one? Yeah.
Oh, me? Oh, let me tell you something. You know that the way you took care of your staff for Christmas? Let me tell you. I spent $20,000 on prize. I didn't see what because she had oh, grandpa should be one time ago. She was saying,
Okay, donors choose who is your name.
Your birthday party was nice.
I was like, oh, we gotta get this. Because I see Bishop Rashad County.
Oh, you went to school with me? I graduated. Oh, Bruce Spring? I know Bruce. Yeah, that's my dude.
I like to go down my list.
Well, my kids would say, I know. I used to do a secret donation every, I would always go get them. I would go out and
What year
I'm not
was
going
he
to
at
this year
Canada?
for our yard card. They came to express on my good ones. I don't have kids go all the way through.
Okay, I was there in 2014, 15. Did he have his sister here?
My daughter had Christmas.
Okay. Joanna Randolph.
Oh, okay, okay. That is my girl.
Our daughters cheered with her. But I worked there at Crystal Cato's Fourth grade, yeah, and I might even go to fifth grade. Fifth grade. And then I said her again for her second child. And then she calls me. And then you did our second grade. Second grade. First and second grade. Was Johnson the principal? Okay, so because then that following year he got moved to her. So because I remember oh, but so you know what? I'm gonna go look for my class pictures.
I mean, she looked the same.
Because of attendance. You still do that. I still do that. Oh, yeah.
Exactly. So
Just came up the street and said, sure enough. And there was a time that they're like, he's like, teachers, you need to go now. Get your purses and leave now. If you don't know this thing, you need to get out. We see a helicopter. So green. Why? Bye, teacher.
I live like behind the county. And I was doing and I would just, and then y'all would be kids. Over there. And then the teacher was like, get back over here. And I was walking down there. Do you take us water? See if you can't do a little bit. I still walk that way. That's what we go on campus.
Thank you. Michelle Diaz. And she'll be 25 next month. No, she's gonna be 21 this year. And I printed this year, which is she's at Kendall as a vice principal for 2 years. Or she's at I'll do it. She likes reading our books, and she said she put it next to me. I'm gonna take my sister. She does read. What is that? Oh, yeah. Read the book first. Okay, look, do it. Okay, do it. She and I were like this. And then there's my sister. They need to have some food trucks out there. Weird. Just I know, well. We'll find out. Although she's also teaches their Wi-Fi has worked for free, because they're replacing it.